everybody, change it to Lambo. Thank you for sticking out with I Have Life. Change it to Lambo.
Everything is expensive these days, you know that. The government is printing trillions of dollars and consumer prices higher than ever. If the government continues its printing and spending, the dollar could continue its free fall, but there are a few things you can do right now. American Harvard Gold can show you how to protect your money, your retirement, your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify a portion of your portfolio into physical gold and silver. Start with a short phone call, and they can have physical gold and silver delivered right to your door or put inside your 401k or IRA. So please call or text them right now. Tell them Bill O'Reilly sent you. Call 877-444-GOLD, 877-444-GOLD, or text GOLD to 65532. Again, that's 877-444-GOLD, or text GOLD to 65532.
Shelly and Anthony, my dear love, welcome back. Sally Scorpio, my dear love, welcome back.
So we started using Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Como pijama.
¿De dónde eres?
Como pijama. Como te llamo.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed
Como
with that goal in
pijama.
mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Time now for the O'Reilly Update. Message of the day. On this Wednesday, the underbelly of the current anti-Israel protests is exactly the same as the George Floyd riots. A hatred of the white
Whitney Museum. Whitney Museum, baby.
Many of the
Like Whitney Museum.
many of the looters didn't care. But if of the current unrest, you'll find hardcore citizens and others. In England and Ireland, the hate Israel padres are open about that. Here in the USA, they are not. The loss of freedom that accompanies government control of the marketplace. Our history and Judeo-Christian tradition both work against mandating what individual citizens can achieve. The climate control goals also fall into the anti-capitalistic movement. Corporate media, devoted capitalists, is absolutely disinterested in exposing the roots of the protest model. But it's easy to find. Israel is a prosperous capitalist country. The Palestinians cannot create prosperity because they have no freedom to do so. Hamas rules them and no dissent is permitted. In Gaza, freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. So there you have it. The capitalism and evil crew will find a way to create social disorder. It's what they do. I'm Bill O'Reilly. I approve the message by writing it. You can reach me, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com, name and town if you wish to opine. Okay, let's go to the mail. We got Brian, who's a concierge member. We urge you to check that threat out. People like Jonathan Paul, BBC, and two suffers of the Haitian president will not allow them to see the great accomplishments of his presidency. Ideology. Okay? Yeah. Ideology. Ralph, concierge member, Nora O'Donnell, CBS anchor, should have asked Speaker Jeffries what are the points that make the Biden economy great. These guys wrapped down. Why ask questions? I mean, you know that if Pelosi say that Trump is responsible for the voice perspective that was COVID, Pelosi berated her. I mean, come on. People aren't interested in the truth. Yes, Jeffrey's question's going to give you what's written out for him. Joanne Malmo, Idaho Falls, Indiana.
Joanna. Joanna.
Including one for younger
Joanna. Joanna.
Just off the World War II. So you might check that out. We have all the books on BillO'Reilly.com, and I appreciate that, Joanne. Very nice of you.
Joanna.
Daytona Beach, Florida.
Joanna.
Unconstitutional gathering.
Joanna, what's up? How you doing, Joanna? You in the building, Joanna?
Big trouble on the building.
What's up? Step aside.
But
Stick around. Stick around, Joanna.
Monty Montiel, San Diego, which is possible.
Joanna.
For the moment, but you might not know. If you own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles and have an auto warranty about to expire or have no warranty at all, look it up. Car Shield has a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that's now available to the public. Save on out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs.
Joanna.
Find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. 800-925-7584 for a free quote. This protection plan is at an all-time low in price.
Street.
At no additional cost. So please call for your free quote. 800-925-7584. 800-925-7584. Hey, what do you have to lose? 800-925-7584.
Attention, if you have Medicaid and live in New York and need assistance with daily living, you can receive a 100% free service and get help in the comfort of your own home by a loved one. Call Freedom Care now so you can receive daily help preparing meals, bathing, doing laundry, receiving transportation, and more.
Joanna.
That gets paid to be your caregiver. You get to decide who provides your care, and your caregiver gets paid instantly after their shift. It's all funded by Medicaid, so it's 100% free to you. Call in the next 10 minutes to see if you qualify. The Freedom Care family will explain the process, making it stress-free for patients and caregivers.
Joanna.
They've been helping families for years. This service is 100% free to you through Medicaid. So call right now and see how fast you can get started with Freedom Care. Call 516-447-2186. 516-447-2186. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. You are not alone. The 988 suicide and crisis lifeline provides 24/7 free and confidential support for people in distress, prevention, and crisis resources for you or your loved ones, and rescue for professionals in
You have a low one. Where is your low?
Something you might not know. 61 years ago today, thousands of Americans flocked to movie theaters to see a British secret agent. 6 decades later, the character remains one of the most prominent figures in popular culture. Here's the story of James Bond. Author Ian Fleming crafted the character from his experiences as an intelligence officer during World War II. On May 8, 1962, the movie Dr. No, starring Scottish actor Sean Connery, premiered in New York City.
Joanna. Joanna.
The film was very sensational. Here are a few facts about the ongoing Bond franchise. To make Sean Connery look bigger, designers built a set and
Voice of peace.
the final character made James Bond appear more menacing. The makeup crew also had fans hope with Connery's baldness. The actor started losing his hair when he was from Goldfinger on, he's wearing a toupee. Sean Connery's most remembered performance was in You Only Live Twice. learning in 1983's Never Say Never Again. It's okay, but not at the level of the early Bond films. And here's something else you might not know. The search for the next James Bond continues. After Daniel Craig retired in 2021, No Time to Die was his last
Here
film.
57,
And
Bobby
now,
Castile.
007 does not have an actor. The next film's currently Bond.
Yo, Ann, how you doing, Ann?
Theaters
Are you okay?
sometime in 2025.
Step aside,
The
Ann.
good new
Oh,
James
outside.
Bond, and
Let's
the
see
next one
some.
is better than No Time to Die, which was hideous. Back after this. Your safety is important, and I am happy to introduce you to Verna, a self-defense solution that will help keep you and your family safe. Verna offers a powerful non-lethal pistol with tear gas, pepper, irritant, and kinetic projectiles that disable attackers for 30 to 40 minutes. All legal in every state. No background checks are required, and will ship directly to your door. Very private. They are American-made, Fort Wayne, Indiana, and are trusted by U.S. government agencies and hundreds of police departments. If you are a gun owner, you need items. Avoid the complexities that come taking a life and having to defend your freedom in court. And if you're adverse to firearms, Verna is
Yeah.
a good alternative solution. So please visit Verna.
It's 54, yeah. Bueno.
That's BYRNA.com/Bill. Stay safe with Verna. Thank you for listening to the O'Reilly Update. I am Bill O'Reilly. No spin, just facts, and always looking out for you.
Speed trap reported ahead.
You know, Diego, that this is Teacher Appreciation Week, and nobody here is right? Not you, Justin Ellick, not even Sid Rosenberg. Nobody. And it crystallized in my mindset earlier. I know that's kind of dangerous, anything that crystallizes in my mindset. But with Chancellor Banks being grilled on the Hill about anti-Semitism in our public education, DOE, the acronym stands for dumbest organization ever. Clearly anti-Semitism we saw at Hillcrest High School and in the old Sheets Bay High School. Yeah, I wonder if Larry David would recognize that. Who went from when Sid Rosenberg grew up. I don't think so. But I said to when we are in many instances not only the product of our families, but the product of the teachers who guided us. And I know oftentimes people have, when they've traveled the time machine, they've always attributed whatever success they've had or staying out of trouble to a particular teacher or two. And I need the help of our audience here, Justin Ellick, because I'm on the time machine. And I'm going back to 1960 to St. Matthew's School right there, Utica Avenue, Eastern Parkway. The school is closed now. The parish is still open, mostly Haitian. And I was in first grade, 1960, Sister Ruth. Two things I'll never forget about Sister Ruth is there were 40 kids in the class. Some were advanced, some were mente, poco, some were slow. But she kept everybody captivated. But there were three things that are most memorable. Number one, it was the election of JFK versus Richard Nixon as a Irish nun, Josephine nun. She told us, you better go home and tell your parents to vote for JFK. And I dutifully did that. And my parents said, we're voting for JFK anyway, you didn't have to tell us. Insisted as the Irish Josephine nun that when I took a Greek history exam, that I would write down that St. Brendan and Navigate discovered the New World and not Christopher Columbus, which I said would be suicidal.
Red light camera reported ahead.
Greek cuisines. Ironically, my older sister Alina was going to St. Brendan's High School at that time in Sheepshead. See how we go full circle. And then also, I'll never forget, the Mother Superior marched into the first grade class.
Estimated time in traffic, 9 minutes.
Because one of the young whippersnappers had stolen some Lay's potato chips in a nearby grocery store. Actually, you wore a uniform. Ours were gray slacks and maroon. So the guy came in, he was looking to identify the culprit. And as Sister Ruth told us, there would be collective responsibility here. You all are going to have to pay for the actions of your one fellow classmate, whether you rat him out or not. I need to know what happened to Sister Ruth. I know that the Josephine nuns out in Brentwood, Central Islip in Long Island, that was their retirement home. I visited them years ago when we were battling MS-13 as the Guardian Angels. Nobody has ever told me whatever happened to Sister Ruth. Number two, the greatest teacher that I ever had was Alan Topol. And he was my 5th grade teacher, actually in 1964. Boy, this guy created interest in me to come to school every day. We had debates at that time, Goldwater versus LBJ. I got to learn about civics, politics, government history. He created an insatiable appetite within me to learn, to read on my own, to explore, to question, and most importantly, to come to school and study. And I didn't always want to go to school. You know, I'd always tell my mom, hey, Mom, I got a fever in my foot today. I can't go to school. I remember the last he was with some position in the UFC. If anybody out there knows where Alan Topol is. And then, of course, my 6th grade teacher in PS 114 was Jungle Jenny Wilson. Jungle Jenny Wilson, who I did learn, had passed away. She had moved down to Louisville, Kentucky. Her family had reached out to me. She was a great teacher. So that was PS 114, and that was St. Matthew's Catholic Elementary School. And then there was building teacher in high school. Yes, Diego.
I was supposed to be on a panel
in history class. Oh, it was so great. It was 1967. That man, he was a hardcore Zionist. He was a member of the Conservative Party in New York. He was
יש אנשים.
איך אתה שומע אותו?
שומע נהדר, יש אנשים.
שומע באוזנייה שלי, בטח.
דבר הלאה.
Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast.
Wouldn't reverse this conviction.
Okay, because it's Trump, by the way. I mean, that's why they wouldn't reverse. But I actually think if you're just looking at defendants, Harvey Weinstein think don't get enough love at a wedding. Anything that comes to mind for you?
Ooh, there are definitely those songs that, like, you know, maybe were big for a second. Like, the Billboard is, like, I remember Demi Lovato's Sorry Not Sorry. So big on the dance floor, and it just wasn't. Another one is just Carly Rae Jepsen. 80s inflected album Emotion is so solid, and when I meet the couple.
אתה מדבר מהאוזניות?
כן, איך אתה שומע אותי?
אוזניות נהדרות, שומעים ממש קרוב, כאילו אתה בלוק לידי.
כן, כל הכבוד.
יוסי מתקשר, אומר משרד השיכון, לא רוצים לאשר לו דירה, אומרים לו כאילו שילך לגור בבית שלי. אמרתי לו מדברים שטויות, נאחרתי אותו ואין לו מה לחפש שם. אמרתי לו, חוץ מזה, הוא אסור לו לגור לבד כי הוא לא דואג לעצמו והוא עושה לעצמו בעיות בבריאות.
איך לגור לבד? צריך מישהו, צריך טיפולים, צריך לבד. גם שמה.
רציתי לצלם איזה ספניש אחד, מרכיב שמנה אחת, פי 2. לא רואים את הווספה, איזה קטעים.
אני ראיתי וספה, גוררת וספה, קשר אותה לחוד, וגורר אותה.
כן. אבל מצחיק, השליח מרכיב את אשתו, היא כל כך שמנה שהיא מכסה את כל הווספה. הוא רזה יחסית. שמתי לה בספניש עם הגברים רזים, אנשים בטטות.
עוד פעם זה.
גם השחורים ככה.
כן, עוד פעם, איך קוראים לו? איזה חומר. עוד פעם, ראיתי תמונה של וידאו כזה. איזה שמן אחד ענק נוסע על אופנוע קטן.
כן, תראה את זה הרבה בהרלם קטעים.
כן, גם בהרלם ראיתי את זה במציאות גם בהרלם. לא ראיתי אופנוע בכלל, איזה קטעים.
אני אגיד לך את האמת, שישאר בבית אבות, מחליפים לו סדינים כל יום, ארוחות בזמן, לגור לבד, כל הבעיות הרפואיות יחזרו לו.
כן.
אני לא הולך לעזור לו. הוא רוצה שאני אשלח לאריאל מסמכים שאין לו שום קשר לדירה, אין לו על שמו, אין לו כלום. הוא רוצה שאני אשלח לאריאל מסמכים שאין לו שום קשר לדירה.
יותר מסמכים, יש לו בכלל בעלות על הדירה?
אין לו כלום, אבל אני אומר, אני לא רוצה לעזור לו שיביאו לו דירה, כי הוא יהרוס את הבריאות שלו, אתה מבין? הבריאות שלו יותר חשובה מהדירה.
גם ברגל עצמו.
ויש לו השגחה וזה. כמה פעמים ביקשנו ממנו שילך לבתי חולים, אומר כן, ולא היה מזניח את עצמו. אם הוא יגור לבד, גם את הרגל השנייה יקטעו לו, מה אתה חושב? ששאר איפה שהוא נמצא וזהו. יש לו מחלה של מים, שם מחזיקים אותו קצר, אתה יודע? יש לו מחלה של מים.
למה מחזיקים אותו קצר?
כן, יש לו מחלה של מים.
גם בארץ הייתי מחזיק אותו קצר עם המים. הייתי אומרת נגד ישר, רגע. הייתי אומרת לא, ישר, עכשיו תנגד.
כן.
כן, הייתי מחזיק אותו גם קצר. הוא אומר לו, עכשיו תנגד. הוא אומר לי, מה הבא שלך? מה אתה יודע? זה הבא שלי, תנגד עכשיו. אני רציתי להגיד בבית של אבא, אבל בגלל אימא, אני לא רציתי שתצער אותו, אני חושב להגיד עכשיו.
כן. אני אגיד לך את האמת, גם אתה יש לך בעיה עם הבריאות כשאתה גר לבד. אבל אתה כל שני חמישי היית בבתי חולים. היה לך פריחות וזה.
Pause there. Thank you so much, Karen. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for having me. Absolutely. And we have more all of it on the way. Stick with us. WNYC is supported by Independent Art Fair. This year, Independent will feature more than 130 global artists, with many making their first appearance in the United States. May 9th to May 12th at Spring Studios in Tribeca. Tickets at independenthq.com.
This is WNYC, FM, HD, and AM, New York. Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The Georgia Court of Appeals plans to review a lower court ruling that allowed Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to continue overseeing a racketeering case against former President Donald Trump. Lawyers for Trump and his co-defendants previously attempted to have Willis removed for misconduct. Trump's currently on trial in New York for hush money payments, first of 4 criminal trials. Yesterday, a Trump-appointed judge indefinitely postponed Trump's criminal trial in Florida for allegedly mishandling classified documents after he left office. Israel says it has reopened a key border crossing into Gaza, but the United Nations says no aid deliveries have been allowed to get through. NPR's Lauren Frayer has more from Tel Aviv.
The head of the main UN agency in Gaza says that despite Israel's announcement that it's reopened the Kerem Shalom crossing, no fuel or aid is getting into Gaza at all. Israel says it's investigating reports of shots fired at vehicles carrying Palestinian workers there. It didn't say who was responsible. Last week, Israeli settlers ransacked an aid convoy heading toward another Gaza crossing, and Hamas rockets have targeted Israeli soldiers near Kerem Shalom. That's what forced Israel to close the crossing last weekend after an attack that killed 4 Israeli soldiers. Israeli tanks have been bombarding the area around another crossing at Rafah to the east, which the UN official says has also been, quote, disastrous for the humanitarian response. Lauren Frayer, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
Police have broken up another encampment of pro-Palestinian protesters, this time on the GW campus in Washington, D.C. Tyrone Turner of member station WAMU has more.
I talked to 3 people who said they were medics in the encampment, and they said that a little after 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a lot of activity. They had police coming through. They had people on bullhorns saying that they were clearing the encampment. And then it was a little bit of confusion, and they had some people who stayed, some people who left, and then they had arrests.
At least 33 people were arrested. U.S. House votes this afternoon on a GOP-backed bill that would alter a special set of census numbers. Those figures help influence how the U.S. elects presidents and lawmakers. Here's NPR's Hansila Wong.
The Equal Representation Act is one of at least a dozen proposals by Republicans in this Congress related to using the 2030 census to get a tally of non-citizens living in the country and then subtracting some or all of those U.S. residents from the census count that determines each state's share of House seats and Electoral College votes. The 14th Amendment says that count must include the, quote, whole number of persons in each state. Unlike similar efforts former President Donald Trump tried and failed to carry out with the 2020 census, this bill calls for excluding not just unauthorized immigrants, but also green card and visa holders living in the U.S. The Congressional Budget Office warned this bill is likely to lower census participation and risk communities not getting their fair share of federal funding. Hansila Wong, NPR News, Washington.
This is NPR.
This is WNYC in New York. It's 80 degrees at 104. I'm Lance Lucky. Neighbors and family of 16-year-old Makai Brown are struggling to understand why he was gunned down yesterday afternoon in Lower Manhattan. WNYC's Brittany Krigstein reports.
Makai Brown's family says he commuted almost an hour each way to get to Broome Street Academy Charter High School in Soho from his home in East Flatbush, Brooklyn. Lakeisha Jenkins is a longtime family friend. She says the journey was worth it.
The change came. You seen the growth. You seen the I want better. I know what my mother's doing. She's putting me on the path. She's leading me for my future. He wasn't a bad kid.
Police say they're investigating the shooting, which happened on Spring Street just minutes from the school.
Reports of a wild turkey in Midtown Manhattan are circulating on social media. WNYC's Veronica Del Valle has more.
Pictures and video show the bird in the area of 49th Street. Cliff Cadet is president of the Manhattan chapter of the National Wild Turkey Federation. He has a theory as to why it's here.
These turkeys will go just about anywhere to find a mate.
And this bird is not the first. David Barrett runs the popular X account Manhattan Bird Alert.
There was a wild turkey named Zelda. And of course, since she had a name, she was famous, and she came to Battery Park from the Bronx.
There are flocks of turkeys in that borough. Barrett says turkeys like Zelda typically cross into Inwood Hill Park before heading south. Sometimes that's because of predators or for environmental reasons.
The Knicks try to follow the Rangers and go up 2-0 in their playoff series. They tip off against the Pacers at 8. WNYC.
Support for NPR comes from Fidelity Investments. A dedicated advisor can help create a wealth plan for a full financial picture. More at fidelity.com/wealth. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC.
This is All of It. I'm Kushan Abadar in for Allison Stewart, and we're joining you live from the WNYC studios in Soho. Here are some of the conversations that Team All of It is working on right now for next week. On Monday, we'll talk about the new Broadway revival of The Wiz with its director Shelley Williams and actress Kyle Renor Freeman, who plays Macalester Maya, and Michelle Lewis in the role of Dorothy. And then on Thursday, we'll talk about the new production of Cabaret at the August Wilson.
Ellen? Ellen? I do.
That is all coming up next week, but first, let's get back to today's show with a look at
TK will call you. Okay, good. You connect the phone. Yeah.
Go to 87. East 87. This is a nice Cadillac you got.
Yeah.
That's the latest, huh? Latest model.
Yeah, I guess so. I had a cheaper one and I fell. It wasn't as
Stable. Yeah, this one looks stable.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get the electric one.
Oh yeah, no, I don't.
You don't want to go too fast. You get ticket for speeding, huh?
No, I prefer to walk, you know.
Yeah, walk exercise.
It's healthier to walk.
Yeah. Walk, stairs. Stairs can be tricky sometimes. She's your friend, that lady?
That lady is my friend and my wife.
In the old days, people married, they stay married forever. Now people every 2-3 years change, like iPhone. They don't stick around these days. shop on Park Avenue. Madison look busy.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
See, Park Avenue, no shops, no commercials, less shenanigans.
But you have to stop every few blocks.
Right lane blocked ahead.
But it's usually better.
You had appointment now? You come from appointment? You had appointment? Or you were shopping?
We came from lunch. My wife had a medical appointment this morning, and then we went for lunch.
You pay for the lunch? You pay for the lunch?
Well, who's going to pay?
You pay for the lunch in a restaurant?
Yeah.
Or she pay? Are you the gentleman?
We have the same accounts.
You're the gentleman?
We have the same account. I'm a gentleman, but we have the same account.
So it doesn't matter who's gonna pay. Yeah, that's nice. You see, wife and landlord, they always take our money. You can live with them, you can live without them. Wife and landlord, something like that. My baby, she's 6 years old. My baby, she's 6 years old. How old is your kids?
Oh, 44 and 41.
Oh, you shop early, huh? I shop late. You're big kids already. You have grandkids already, huh?
No, actually.
Oh, push them.
Which I'm happy about. My wife is not so happy.
Yeah, of course. No, you should push
Because
them.
if they had kids, she'd be with the grandchildren all the time.
Yeah. And abandon you.
And they're in Spain, so that makes it worse.
No, they should have kids by now. You see, this generation, they don't care. They get a dog and cat and they don't care about kids. In old generations, it was more into it. Now they can care less. Yeah, kids is good, you know. At least one or two. Kids is gift from God, you know.
Blocked lane ahead.
It got on.
Occasionally a curse.
It's usually there's no guarantee they give you a peace of mind. You're right. Sometimes they can give you a headache. But you try your best. I don't know if the way you educate them, raise them, or a little bit of everything.
That's also
Because even rich kids, a celebrity, they get all kind in trouble, drugs, and this and that.
that's for sure.
Yeah, I didn't know he had the wheelchair. This I asked to come 67 and 61 and Madison. I was really in the corner.
I should put that in when I request the car. I should put that in.
Yeah, you can put a note. Please come to exact address. Then I drive around. You know, because I'm really in the corner. 667 is the GPS bring me to that corner. You know. Yeah, you have option to call the driver or text him, and we will accommodate. We will listen to your instruction, you know. Because sometimes drive around can take another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Speed trap reported ahead.
Today is like 90 degrees. You have air conditioning in your house?
We do.
Do you use fan or air condition?
Sorry?
Do you use fan or air condition?
We use the air conditioner. My wife doesn't like it so much.
Yes, so she can try the fan.
I really need it. So
Yeah. Yeah, fan is good too, but if it's too hot, then you can don't let her shop in Madison Avenue. It's expensive.
No, she's actually, it was too much for me. She's walking over to First Avenue to TJ Maxx. That's where she shops in the cheap places.
Oh, yeah.
She really is something.
Oh, that's
She
good.
goes to
TJ
flea
Maxx.
markets.
Yeah, they have good deals.
The
Yeah.
doctor said to her, "Where did you get that beautiful pin?" And she got it in the flea market for like $8.
Yeah.
She really has an eye for
Good stuff. That's
value.
good. That's good because Madison Avenue shops,
Oh, yeah.
they're killing you.
Yeah.
Everything $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. But you get the TJ Maxx or H&M, same
I
thing
got
for.
this T-shirt at Gap on sale for $17. You
Yeah.
can buy this T-shirt
Yeah.
at Brooks Brothers, and it's maybe slightly better quality. Maybe
Yeah.
it's $120.
Yeah, they're all worn out anyway.
I mean, there's some people who it doesn't matter if it's 10,000 or 200. It's the same. Yeah, there are some very, very rich people.
Yeah. But to respect the money too, it's you just throw it to the toilet. You know, I mean, you can give it to the needy. You know. Yeah, I shop on Amazon. I don't have time to go places because I get parking ticket, and for me, easy go on Amazon. They ship it. They have a doorman. You sign. If you have a doorman, it's good. If you don't have a doorman, then it's a problem because people steal. You know, you don't guarantee you get your package. You have a doorman.
Yeah.
That's big
We live
help.
in a nice building.
That big help. Yeah. They hold your stuff. But sometimes they make faces.
What do you think about Third Avenue?
You want to go to Third Avenue? They said it's gonna open up next block.
Oh, it does.
But you know, we use Waze. Say go right on 88, and then Second Avenue right, and then 87. Why you in a rush?
No.
To go home is always.
I'm in a rush to take it down.
Oh, really? Noon time nap.
What?
Noon time nap. Noon time, like in Europe,
Usually in the afternoon.
people take a nap in noon time. Yeah. Do you need like a medication to take a nap, or you just?
I can sleep anytime.
For how long are you gonna take a nap? For an hour or two?
No, actually, a friend wants to give me a big brother. So, 2 o'clock he's working. So I have 40 minutes.
I have a friend, he's like, yeah, we go to the, he's like 88 years old, he just celebrated, and he live alone. I told him, you don't have, what you call it, help, you know, there's not, I told him, you need the cameras in the
Speed trap
house.
reported ahead.
Because if something happened, people, your loved one can take a look in the camera and give you help, you know. So next weekend I'm gonna go install a camera, like a baby camera, in his house, and I'm gonna give his relative the login, you know. Camera is good. It's good for the elderly and the kids because you're monitoring them, because sometimes they're just falling down or problem, then you can get notification. I have camera everywhere in my house because the baby sometimes she don't want me to go to work. She wants me to stay with her. She hide my keys, hide my cell phone, hide my wallet. She said she want me to stay home. You see?
Who's going to pay the rent?
Yeah, I told her, you know, somebody needs to work. They don't understand. They're too young to understand this stuff. They just want to have fun all the time. Third Avenue look better. So your kids stay in Spain? What they doing in Spain?
Very
Because of
My
job?
wife is Spanish, so they grew up. They're my stepkids. They grew up there.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I know them 30 years, but
That's crazy. You speak Spanish? Buenos días? No.
buenos días.
Y trabaja, comido, muchacha bonita.
Yeah. No, I know words, but I can't speak because I don't know the grammar.
Yeah.
Sentences.
Yeah. This is what I tell my wife. The daughter don't need Philippine or Hebrew. It's Spanish. Spanish is well spoken. If we send a second language, we should choose Spanish.
Where are you originally?
I'm from Israel, but she's from Philippines. She's Filipina.
So how are you doing with the current situation there?
Yeah, you know,
You have family there?
Yeah, family, go with the flow. This is everywhere in the world. Look what 9/11, French, London. This problem with them everywhere in the world. It's not just Israel, you know.
I won't ask you if you're pro-BB or anti-BB.
No, I'm
get out alive here.
Yeah, you see, Bibi is trying to be secure, you know, what are you gonna do? I know he got bad reputation, but he just tried to keep everybody safe. We don't have anything against Palestinian. I'm also the word Free Palestine from Hamas. Hamas is the bad guys. They won't give their own people freedom, you know. Yeah, we want them to live in peace, but this little troublemaker.
Right, but at what price? That's the question.
Yes.
But there are a lot of smart people who think that you can't get rid of Hamas completely.
Look, he got rid of ISIS, you know, he got rid of bad guys who did 9/11. So, you see, do you hear anything about ISIS? You don't hear anything anymore. Obama.
But they have other groups that are.
Yeah, they like cockroaches. They kill 1, 10 coming out, but they're much less. I mean, you know, it's all about the money.
But on the other side, how many non-combat civilians is it worth killing?
No, but you know, how many die in Russia? And why nobody protests about Russia and Ukraine? How many die when
Oh, a
they
lot of people. Did you see that for until the Israel was attacked? Did you see how all the demonstrations about Ukraine?
No, I didn't see, like now, I didn't see any.
Oh, not now.
I mean,
no, since the Gaza thing.
Even before, it wasn't much. I mean, there wasn't university closing, wasn't violent. There was, I see some in Times Square, but it was all peaceful. There's no violent, you know.
No, there's no question. And the barbarians, because it's considered a democracy, you know, against honor killings and beheadings and Muslim and things like that, stoning. Nobody's demonstrating against them.
Yeah. Look at the kids. Look at the kids. This is the building? Make
Make
a
a right turn, and there's a driveway on the far side.
on the right side or left side? Oh,
There's that building, make the right, and then
I see this. The second entrance. No, this the first one is exit.
Yeah, first, that's right.
Okay, sometimes I don't know how they do it like that.
If you don't want to get stuck here, right?
It's nice you have a doorman. I don't have a door. I don't have a driveway. I'm getting jealous. Let me go eat something. Let me tell you. you something, brother. Go eat something.
When Future, Metro Boomin, and Kendrick Lamar released the song Like That, what statement did Kendrick make in the song, and what was he responding to?
Let me tell you something.
He especially addressed Drake and J. Cole, who had released a song a while earlier called First Person Shooter. And there's been this sort of tier ranking with the three of them, where they're considered the big three, you know, the preeminent mainstream hip-hop guys. And so Kendrick is like, you guys aren't on my level. I'm sorry that you think that there's, you know, that we're all the same kind of caliber of an artist.
Let me tell you something, brother.
And a lot of threatening and stuff. And, you know, it has been sort of apparent that he didn't care for Drake for, you know, the preceding 10 years.
Let me tell you something, brother.
You know, stray words that you could attribute to being about his sometime Canadian friend. But yeah, this is
Speed trap reported ahead.
Drake's Take Care, and Drake was on, you know, the Napoleon kind of real
Hip-hop. Give us a call, send us a text. We're at 212-433-9. That there is a lot of lore in this feud. Can you go into that lore a little bit? What really stands out to you?
There's just straight lines in songs that people have been picking up on over the last decade, where people feel like that, you know, that one person was addressing another after something happened after the fact. Many years later, you could look at the verse. That was the most recent one that came up. There was the time that Drake apologized to Kendrick for something, and then there's a Kendrick verse where he's like, I want your apology, and you don't think this is a response to that because you're not hearing that song concurrently to the moment. But there's just a lot of verses where, like, where you think the one guy's talking about the other, there's the song Direct Button. You know, there's just so many, like your classic rap music, there's a lot of songs that are overtly talking about each other. And, you know, stuff that you can attribute maybe to one guy. And which feeds into, you know, the core dispute, which is he talking about me? What is he saying about me? And you know, getting the wrong idea, getting on a negative page.
Yeah,
and avoiding each other.
It kind of reaches a fever pitch, like you were saying, to the point, and they have to respond, right?
Over the weekend,
You know, I remember back in 2018, Kendrick Lamar won the Pulitzer for his critically acclaimed album Damn, and for some people, they're like, a Pulitzer winner dishing out diss tracks? Why do you think Kendrick is engaging in this way? Why is it important for him as an artist? How does it fit his brand?
I can speak as a nominee for criticism who has had plenty of squabbles on the internet.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch.
Nice, and it's a great thing to have, but also you're still in your world that you're in, and you know, not necessarily beholden to different laws. More people are aware of him, and more expectations are on him. But at the end of the day, he's still a Los Angeles rapper, and that comes with, you know, a certain library of expectations and dangers and, you know, linguistics.
Yeah, so it's a very authentic element, right, is what I hear you saying. It's like you're still in the world, and forget about the accolades, forget about whatever titles, like you are the artist that you became. Is that a fair summary right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is actually about authenticity, because we've watched Drake, you know, adapt to musical trends over the last 15 years. In a way that he's very much not the guy that he used to be musically. And this beef is a lot, you know, to a great extent about artistically.
Right, like Kendrick is becoming more Kendrick, and Drake is who is Drake. Is that how you'd say that?
That's how it's been framed.
Okay. Is that a fair
frame? Because, you know, it's not possible to know the guy behind the scenes, which is what's been the subject of a lot of this piece is this person really who he presents, you know, publicly? And so Drake is saying, you guys have this, you know, woke champion who is not living up to his standards, and Kendrick is saying, who is this guy from one week to the next? And well, I mean, you know, people, the way that the songs are percolating, it says that people like one version of this better than they do the other.
You know, Kendrick isn't the only rapper who's thrown shots at Drake. Fans have credited Houston rapper Megan Thee Stallion for throwing the first stone this year when she remarked on his alleged plastic surgery and criticized his fake accent in his songs in her single hits. We have a clip. Let's listen to that right now.
Y'all goofy so dumb every time.
y'all make trends, I still win. Any man go against me, I'm Stephon John in the courtroom. And they be doing that dirty shit. All these little rappers so fraud. Standing to be they hardest bars. Hate on BBL and be walking around with the same scars. Real curvy, don't engine. Fight to get in my section. Don't speak on my fight count. Get the ain't worth convention seconds. Cosplay, gangster, fake action. But in another hood like a bad.
Central Public Radio, we heard a lot of beliefs there. Suffice to say, there's a lot of animosity in what we hear Megan Thee Stallion talking about. Since the battle between Drake and Kendrick started, other rappers like Rick Ross and producer Metro Boomin have shared their dislike of Drake. Why is he getting so much hate, especially now?
He is a troublemaker. He talks a lot of trash. Megan got at him because he got at her randomly on a song on his last album when he's been joking about how he doesn't think that he got shot and taking up for Tory Lanez, who, is locked up for that crime right now, in a way that feels deliberately designed to antagonize her, because he never really cared for Tory Lanez. Drake has released what everyone assumes is a diss track for Tory Lanez in the past. So, to support that guy is to say, hey, here is, I'm clicking up with people you don't like. The classic rapper drawing the lines in the sand via association. So, yeah, the reason why there are 8 guys in it is that, you can pick up the new Drake album and hear subliminals for 5 different people. You can hear, so he's got it with A$AP Rocky, he's got it with Rick Ross. He didn't have to do that thing with Rick Ross. They have a long history of really good collaborations, and you would think some of the best, chemistry in between 2 rappers, but, things, one guy unfollows the other, and Drake invites Rick Ross's ex to a concert, and then it's just like, off to the races since there. So there's an element of the guy goes really hard, and maybe a lot of people, never fill a room full of people stuff like, Future and Metro and A$AP Rocky and Rick Ross and The Weeknd.
Right. We've got a caller, Chuck from Bloomfield, New Jersey. Hey, Chuck, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, thanks. What's your experience with the diss track?
So I'm a professional musician. I'm just not in the hip-hop scene. I write music for, video games and nerdy stuff. But I do
very cool.
love, it's a completely different beast of its own. But, having been a professional musician for, a really long time, I have to listen to just about everything in order to be a well-rounded musician. So I listen to a lot of hip-hop, and I've been, kind of just trying to extract as much as I can from the experience recently with Kendrick and Drake. I love Kendrick Lamar's records. I'm not a huge Drake fan, but I wanted to briefly discuss the concept of the difference between the boast track and the diss track, and how the boast track is more about anonymity and exalting yourself, saying how much better you are than your contemporaries or those who came before you, and how nobody can touch you, whereas the diss track is more directed at a person. And one thing that I remember very clearly was Machine Gun Kelly, now known as MGK, sort of making his way into the rap scene through TikTok, of all the places, TikTok. And he essentially called Eminem out for being a washed-up, old, white dad figure, he's not as good as he was before he got clean. And meanwhile, Eminem has this huge a history with Dr. Dre, and having come from poverty and having come from a really rough childhood, having really heavy things to rap about. And Eminem just releases a track and chases MGK out to the world of pop punk, where...
Chuck, I'm going to have to pause you there. Thank you so much for calling in just for time. But, you brought up a really good point there, and we really appreciate having a professional musician, even one from other elements of it.
Definitely the beast figure that should probably come up with this. A ruthless guy who loves, loves the back and forth and has been involved in that for a long time. I feel like Machine Gun Kelly was making points about him, unfortunately. Some truth was told. But yeah, he doesn't, he makes pop punk now, that's true. Yeah, there was like an Eminemishness to the way that Kendrick was going at Drake. He was saying stuff that you shouldn't really say to people. You know, dear Adonis, I'm sorry, that man is your father. Talking to his mom and his son about here's why your dad is a terrible person. Just like there was a lot of offsides discourse and you know, Drake being like, oh, you know, do you beat your wife because she's taller than you? Just horrific stuff was said.
Is there a line in the sand when you talk about diss tracks that people are expected not to cross, Craig?
Well, you know, the story goes that you can say whatever you want, but I mean, the other side of it is that there are repercussions for the way that you deal, and so Drake immediately starts yelling about people's wives and beef, like he went at you know, going at the mother of someone's children in the middle of the dispute is definitely a way to catch the worst side of a person, and he did it with Pusha T, and he did it with Kendrick, and those guys went absolutely, you know, and then it just became a matter of pacing, and it was a really wild weekend because you couldn't go to sleep without, you know, something dropping. 2 diss tracks might drop in the same hour, addressing different stuff, you know, laying out claims that could be false or true, you know, debunking stuff, and it was just like, it was the most 2024 thing. It was just, what news, you know, who'sable for either one of them. Well, you know, fields right now.
2 points about that. It sounds like you're bringing up Newton's third track. Break, but when we come back, support for WN. Morris III, King of on WNYC, I'm Kushan Avedar, and we're talking about the diss track, DISS.
All these rich histories of braggadociousness and you know, storytelling, incredible raconteur skills. So when you don't like, and we get to Drake and Kendrick tapping into that rich history, and it's not just a hip hop thing either, because there's classic diss tracks like Sweet Home Alabama has Neil Young, shots for Neil Young in it. Like every genre has some kind of version of that. After a while,
do you feel like, because you're right, it does exist cross genre, do you feel like this idea of the diss track elevates and energizes artists as well, like it actually adds to the music?
it can make music, it can revitalize a writer, it sharpen the pen to have their entire character challenged. Also, it can get people killed because they talk too loud in the process. A lot can happen. But it's often pretty good to go through it until it's not. Kind of a situation. The crux of Tupac was Biggie is that, like, wow, we got so much incredible music out of it, and we lost those guys.
It's playing with fire a little bit.
Yeah, and there's that danger with Drake and Kendrick now. We didn't think that either of these guys were the type of guys who we would have to hear about gunfire, and yet someone has gone to someone's house to shoot somebody, so we have to have the old conversation again about whether it's necessarily all that wise to be goading this kind of action on endlessly, and at what point at what point you have to kind of get back to reality, because everybody has to work in the business,
right?
And when it's staticky, people die. Like, simple as that.
Yeah. If you're just joining us, listeners, we're talking to Craig Jenkins, who's a Vulture critic, and we are talking about the feud between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. Sorry. If you have an opinion on this, give us a call. We're at 212-433-9692, and we have a super caller on the line with us. Candace McDuffie is a senior writer for The Root and culture critic whose work has been featured in publications like Rolling Stone, MTV, NBC News, and Essence. Candace, hi, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So you recently published a piece titled "Women Are Collateral Damage in the Kendrick-Drake Beef, and It's Nothing New." The feud between the two artists took a gross turn on Saturday when Kendrick accused Drake of both being a pedophile and keeping sex offenders on his record label, OVO's payroll. But prior to this, Drake suggested Kendrick physically abused his fiancée, Whitney Alford. So where are these allegations coming from, and how have music fans responded to them?
I mean, it was a desperate grab for Drake. Kendrick came at him originally for being a culture vulture, for using, you know, his celebrity influence to kind of commodify blackness to make money and to be popular. And Drake was hit below the belt, and these allegations of Hendrick allegedly hitting his fiance, you know, is what he chose to use. Fans have been so disgusted by, you know, Drake and Hendrick, you know, they're alleging sexual and physical abuse as a way to hurt each other, as opposed to, you know, actually taking these allegations seriously and trying to get justice for these alleged victims. It's been really hard to watch.
And what do you make of it? People again, I'm sorry, go ahead, Craig. Go ahead. Yeah.
I think people are taking the wrong message from Not Like Us, which is a record about, you know, disassociating yourselves from people who have these terrible situations. Now, if, you know, it doesn't take the shine around the song and how everyone's really running with it and loves it does not take into account that we have heard allegations about Kendrick now. You could run with it to keep running with it. When it's telling you, stop supporting people who have to, what if we have to stop supporting both of the guys is kind of the conversation that's not really being had right now about it, and that's frustrating.
Well,
amid the Kendrick one kind of waves that people have, there is no, okay, but now, you know, what if he's not the upstanding guy that everyone thinks that he is? That's not being considered enough, I don't think.
Hey, Candace, what do you make of that?
I agree. I think people enjoy Not Like Us allegations that Kendrick.
Masks are now optional, but we ask that you wear one if you are speaking or calling.
Academics is not talking about those kinds of characters, or will never, you know. There's not enough rep.
So I want to schedule appointment.
Tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call clickgranger.com and just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a mystery we're hosted to make. My family's been still in it, and possibly we will finally be.
Or the average 30 or 50 care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problem. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-270-8132. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. We should call now. 800-270-8132.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-270-8132. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-270-8132 or oxcarcare.com. Right now at 7-Eleven, get a big bite hot dog and a large Big Gulp drink for only $3. It's the kind of big meal that'll make you feel like a big deal. A big shot, a B-I-B. That's big important person. You could be top dog with a hot dog, a big wing with a Big Gulp. Stop by 7-Eleven and grab a big meal deal for only $3 with 7 rewards. But don't get a big head. Valid through 1/7/25. 7-Eleven has the right to end this promotion early. All rights reserved. Plus tax. Participating U.S. stores only. See app for full terms.
It's your last chance to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Mother's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop specials like 30 to 65% off fine jewelry and 30 to 40% off pajamas from Charter Club and more. Plus find beauty and fragrance gift sets from Lancôme, Coach, Carolina Herrera, and more. Give love today at Macy's Mother's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Have you been injured in a construction accident, car accident, motorcycle accident, any type of accident? Don't miss. Call me, personal injury attorney, Alexander Gritz. I'm available 24 hours a day. 718-561-1111. Even if it's a
trip and fall, the number you should call.
718-561-1111.
Great Law Group. Great Law Group.
Don't miss. Call me. Personal injury attorney, Alexander Gritz. 718-561-1111. That's 718-561-1111. For a free personal injury case evaluation. I'm available 24 hours a day. 718-561-1111. Your personal injury case has value by boutique style. That's
AccuWeather says we have increasing amounts of sunshine this afternoon. Not clouds, sunshine. For the rest of the day, breezy and warm, a high of 83. Tomorrow we're looking at cloudy and cooler conditions, a couple of showers and a thunderstorm from late morning on, and a high near 70. More people get their news from 1010 Winds than from any other radio station in the nation. Angela Loria is our service aide. Sarah Milano is our writer. Walter Geis is our senior writer. Justin Schrager is at the editor's desk, and I'm Bud Mishkin.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Winds at 92.3 FM, New York.
Good afternoon. 80 degrees under mostly sunny skies at 2 o'clock. I'm Larry Mullins, and here's what's happening. Farce on Capitol Hill as New York School Chancellor David Banks meets with that GOP committee discussing anti-Semitism in schools. Banks didn't bite his tongue, defending a recent incident on a campus here in the Big Apple. We'll have details. As for the protest, the driver of a vehicle near a protest here in the city last night arrested after he allegedly ran his car into a demonstrator. The incident happened yesterday at a busy 72nd and Clark. Mayor Adams says we might see speed limits go all the way down to 10 miles per hour if the city decides to move full speed ahead, no pun, on a new state-sponsored allowance, which allows cities to ease off the gas.
Yeah. Halea, H-A-L-E-A-H. Avner, A-V-N-E-R. July 29, 63. No, Avner Halea. Halea. No Daniel, Avner Halea. Oh, okay, I thought you took it to me. Six 240-9945. Six 240-9945. Blue Cross, Shield, Aetna. It's Blue Cross.
At least a dozen staff and school leaders have been removed or disciplined. Marla Diamond, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
Ooh, no, he didn't give Chancellor Banks the condescending laugh. Leaders from the Berkeley Unified School System in California and the Montgomery County Public Schools in Maryland also on the hot seat. The hearing comes amid a series of inquiries by the Republican-led committee into how universities and schools have responded to pro-Palestinian student protests on campuses. Also out of D.C., a scheduled House hearing on protests at George Washington University canceled today after the cops had to clear out an encampment.
D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith says officers took action after counter-protesters entered the encampment. Then they got word that more pro-Palestinian protesters from other schools, including Columbia, may have also shown up.
As the encampment was being cleared, additional protesters arrived outside of our perimeter. These individuals engaged our officers at 20th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue. Our officers did deploy pepper spray.
At least 33 people were arrested as the encampment was cleared and protesters dispersed. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Since April 18, just over 2,600 people have been arrested on 50 campuses around the country after an anti-war movement which launched here at Columbia. Speaking of the protest here, 3 people arrested after a driver allegedly hit a pro-Palestinian protester on a city street yesterday. This happened yesterday morning near 72nd and Park on the upper east. 25 protesters have been wrapping up a demonstration. 2 of them got into it with a driver. Police say 57-year-old Reuben Kahani then struck a protester with his vehicle. The injuries were minor, but police say the demonstrators then struck Kahani's car. All of them were initially taken into custody, but the DA says Kahani, the driver, is the only one who will be charged. Queens DA Melinda Katz says she will do what's right when it comes to charging or not charging a bodega worker who allegedly stabbed a guy to death yesterday over stolen beer. Ahead of a decision, the United Bodega Workers Union is speaking out now.
No charges have been filed as of yet after a bodega customer was stabbed to death early Tuesday morning, allegedly by a bodega worker named Natish. United Bodega Workers of America says they believe this was a robbery and that the bodega worker was acting in self-defense.
21 years old, basically acting in self-defense, and we don't need a victim to be victimized twice.
Fernando Mateo is a spokesperson for UBA. He says he has been in touch with the Queens DA.
We asked her to please make sure that she made the right decision. She didn't tell me much, other than she was going to do what she felt was right.
We have reached the Queens District Attorney's Office and are waiting to hear back. Mary Lou Dudley, 1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
Pretty soon, you're going to have to ride a turbo through certain areas of the city, and it might get you there faster, actually. That's because New York is thinking about lowering the speed limit all the way down to 10 miles per hour. Right now, it's generally 25 in residential communities, unless otherwise posted. But there's a change in state law now, which allows the city to knock it down even more. Mayor Adams says, well, you might need to. It's getting kind of crazy out here.
I do believe, as New Yorkers, we need to slow down. We need to stop speeding in the school zones. We need to stop passing school buses. We need to stop being reckless when making turns at corners. When you do analysis of these accidents, many of them are preventable. And so I do support a slower speed limit.
No date on when or if this will actually happen anytime soon, but they're talking June if it does. AccuWitness is partly cloudy tonight with a low of 63. Tomorrow turning cloudy, cooler with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm late with a high near 70. We're at 80 degrees right now in Central Park. Winds news time 207. From Rutgers, you know those kids when they want in, not even a doctoral thesis can stop them. Hear about this, an expectant mom defending her doctoral dissertation after somebody decided to show up on the morning of the presentation.
Me and Brevard Rodriguez went into labor about a month early. It was a big surprise.
I was physically prepared for a pregnancy. Mentally, my brain was not on a baby.
That's because the Rutgers University graduate student was set to defend her dissertation that day. The baby, a boy named Enzo, was born in a car on the way to the hospital. Once they got there and all was good, she went through with the defense.
I had the support. I just needed to take a nap, take a shower, and regroup.
She did not tell the faculty members until afterwards. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Ooh, a true G. Somebody said because a mom does what a mom has to do. Mom and baby said to be healthy, by the way. 2 guys from Long Island in trouble for allegedly stealing rims and tires from 114 vehicles parked at people's homes and businesses all across Suffolk County. We'll have that story when we come back. Also coming up on 1010 Wins. Well, the stores are giving customers carte blanche to do self-checkout. You don't have to wait on a cashier. Just run your stuff through a little scanner and do it yourself. But in Northern Cal, they say a lady's in trouble after she allegedly checked out the whole doggone store. Oh, she cleaned up all right.
battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jones Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now this message, Caribbean Food Delights, grab a patty, take a bite. Sounds like a good idea this lunch hour. Wednesday time 210, traffic, AccuWeather. Next. A criminal conviction is no longer a life sentence. For many individuals listening, a criminal conviction has followed them around, blocking employment opportunities, housing availability, resurfacing whenever someone does a background check. Based on a change in the law, the expungement firm, a division of the law firm of Yanutzi and Yanutzi, specialists in criminal matters, can likely wipe your slate clean. That's right, the expungement firm can seal your criminal conviction as if it never existed. Court and fingerprint records shall be destroyed, with some exceptions. Most criminal records can be sealed. Don't wait. Let the expungement firm seal your conviction. Clean your slate. Give yourself a new start. Call the expungement firm now. 212-227-9595. That's 212-227-9595. And find out if you're eligible to wipe your slate clean. That's the expungement firm. 212-227-9595. 212-227-9595. Wednesday time 211 now. And from the traffic center, here again is Gregory.
Well, here is what you need to know about the bridges and the tunnels. Citybound side of the George, still an extra 25 on the upper. Lower is a bit better. Northbound west side, southbound Henry Hudson, the best of it getting you out of town. Cross Bronx, you got a hurdle to jump right after White Plains Road. That's a crash that has the middle lane out. And then after that, things stay slow from Rosedale Avenue all the way towards the George. Lincoln Tunnel and Holland Tunnel, no more than a few either way. Citybound Midtown Tunnel is a bit bunched up. Brooklyn-bound Brooklyn Bridge is a lot bunched up. And the Queensbound Whitestone Bridge, awful all the way from the Hutchinson River Parkway across the bridge onto the Queens side because of an accident with all lanes subject to closure on the Queensbound Whitestone. Deal with the Throgs Neck and its problems because it's still better than dealing with the Whitestone Bridge. Westbound side of the Grand Central just before the Cross Island Parkway, that's construction work in the right lane. LI gets you out of Nassau and into Queens a whole lot easier. I'm Greg Rice, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Appreciate it, G, getting us through traffic. And now your 1010 Wins AccuWeather 4-day forecast. Meteorologist Brian Thompson is here with this live report. Brian?
Hey, Larry. Feeling a bit like summer outside this afternoon. We've had a bit of humidity in the air. Temperatures in many spots up into the low, even mid-80s right now. Now, the exception is along the south-facing shores of Long Island and Connecticut. So the flow is out of the south today off of some of the cooler water. JFK is currently sitting at 68. So especially on the south of Long Island and Connecticut, we'll probably have highs closer to 70, maybe upwards of 75 this afternoon. But for the rest of us, up to about 86 this afternoon. And a bit of a breeze now. That'll diminish to partly cloudy, a low of 63. And the humidity that's been in the air is going to start to come down.
J L J 720 655 986. Yes. Anthem Blue Cross. ANTHEM Blue Cross. Okay, 800 number like for you to call or for me to call? For you to call. Okay, let's see. Because two numbers for you and for you. Member service number, provider service. 800-450-8753. 450-8753. 53. No, 53. Excuse me, my English, my accent. Yes. Clarice Gutrux. You don't got a copy of the, yeah, give me the phone. I mean, if you have email or text, I can email you the referral. I can email you the picture of my insurance. But do you have email or text number? SafeNYC20@gmail.com. Safe, like safety. Safe NYC20@gmail.com. SAFENYC20@gmail.com. I mean, can you email me and I email you all the information, because I email you everything. Yeah. 180 West 20th Street, New York, 111. 7P like Peter.
Speaker. Well,
No, 7P like Peter. This is why I say we have problem communication English. Everything I say, you said. This is why I say if you have email, I can, or website, something, I can submit everything by email, because anything I say, you say the wrong way, Afternoon. Yeah, I just received email for you, traumatology insurance card and referral something. I don't know. Did you send me email? Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. 1 second. You said Monday meetings. Monday. You said the 14th. Something on Monday. Can you do different date? I have something at 12 o'clock. Somewhere's doctor meetup. Can you do a different date? 15? Yeah, okay. Like 12. 12:45. Yeah, 12.
3 ימלאו לעומתך לבקש כסף בבית. הוא לא משפיל אנשים בשביל לקבל כסף כמוך. אני אעביר לך את זה חד משמעית, לך ולכל החברים שלך שיושבים וצוחקים על 1,000 איש. אני עברתי ניסיון לרצח מהגרוש שלי, ולשבת ולצחוק על הקול שלי זה הכי קטן שיש. רוצה עצה ממני? יש לך 2 בנות. אל תדבר על ילדים, אל תדבר על נשים. מה שיש לך עם פרצופים גברים, תפסיק להאשים נשים. למה אשתך לא יותר טובה ממני?
זה ספיישל שלא קיים באף מקום, וזה הסנדוויץ' הכי טעים שתאכל בחיים שלך, כתף ועבר על הלחמניה המיוחדת שלנו. לא תלות אף רבות. תלות איך זה הולך לסדר. אני מספר לך פה סיפור, אחי. מספר לך פה סיפור, אחי. מי שיגיד שזה לא נראה טוב, הלאה, אחי היקר. או שלא ירוץ לפה לאכול את זה. מה אני אגיד לך, הוא קצת משובש, אחי, אבל כולנו משובשים קצת. מקבל מאוד את זה. שאנשים יחכימו ויבואו לטעום מן הפתח. יבואו לטעום מן הפתח, אחי. תקלות הפתח, מהו?
Now the AccuWeather 4-day forecast, here is meteorologist Brian Thompson.
Also warm and fairly humid afternoon, Lori, across much of the area, but the humidity is going to drop as we head into tonight. It's going to be a mild night ahead with a partly cloudy sky, low 63. Tomorrow, noticeably cooler compared to today. It will turn out cloudy. We'll have a couple of showers from late morning on and even a rumble of thunder. High temperature tomorrow right around 70. A better chance for a few showers heading into tomorrow night. Low will be near 50. And then a brisk, chilly day Friday.
Yes. Here, come pick up the food.
56 on Friday with occasional rain and drizzle. It's still going to be cool on Saturday with some
Come downstairs, pick up the food.
There could be a late day shower north and west of the city. A high of 62.
I'm downstairs by the police. I can't hear what.
By the police?
I'm like waiting for the light to change. I'm downstairs the building. I want you to come pick up the food. I have the food.
Can you come up and take it?
No, I can't because I gonna get ticket and I have the stroller for you.
Okay.
See you soon.
fitting today, it will change your life.
With Nissan 256, now Bloomberg Money Watch. Here's Andrew O'Day.
United Airlines used to tell us to fly the friendly skies, and they may have had points, as the new J.D. Power survey finds that top-performing airlines set themselves apart because of friendly staff. But it's Delta and Southwest Airlines that rank the highest. Delta takes top honors, first in business class as well as premium economy. Southwest scores higher in customer satisfaction in the economy segment. Both carriers have made substantial investments in staff training. Everyone who lost money in the FTX crypto collapse is getting it back, all $11 billion. That's a rarity. In bankruptcy, lower-ranking creditors can usually expect to get pennies on the dollar at most. FTX says it has more than enough to pay it all back, plus interest. Stock index is splitting it, now up 138, NASDAQ down 36, S&P losing 3. Bloomberg Money Watch at 26 and 56 past every hour. I'm Andrew O'Day for 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
With Nissan 257.
When you have someone you know and trust caring for you in your own home, it makes a difference. Paramount Home Care recognizes that and offers competitive pay at $22 an hour with their CPAP program. You can choose your own caregiver who gets paid while caring for you, including a family member or a friend. Call now, 929-577-4560. That's 929-577-4560. Paramount Home Care serves the sick, disabled, or those requiring long-term care. If you're in need of a home health aide or would like a family member or a friend to be your aide, Paramount Home Care can help coordinate your enrollment. Our goal is for you to maintain your independence. Paramount Home Care. Private insurance. Call now, 929-577-4560. Again, 929-577-4560. Paramount Home Care. We offer the services to keep you in your home.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-741-3889. 800-741-3889. 800-741-3889.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WINS, WINS FM in HD1 New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app. 1010 Winds AccuWeather says sun and clouds for the remainder of this very warm afternoon. Right now it's 81 degrees. Tonight, some patchy clouds. We're going down to 63. Tomorrow, cloudy with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm from late morning on. High 70. Friday, cloudy and cooler with occasional rain and drizzle. High just 58. Right now, 81 degrees under a sunny sky in New York. We are going down to 63 tonight. More people get their news from 1010 Winds than from any other radio station in the nation. Angela Laurie is our service aide. Sarah Milano's right. Lori Metten.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM, New York.
Good afternoon, 80 degrees now at 3 o'clock. I'm Larry Mullins, and here's what's happening. Coming up, we'll tell you about a shoplifting ring, which has the DA sounding the alarm about the effects of retail theft in our town. We're talking $1 million worth of everything from grooming devices to clothing. Guess you gotta look good if you're running around stealing. Group of flight attendants on the hook with the Fed for linked to smuggling drug money to the Dominican for years, it says here. We'll also tell you about the latest addition to the Democratic mayoral challenge for Mayor Adams. A state senator from Brooklyn says I might just give him a run for it. A presidential candidate with an earworm, or to let RFK tell it, more like a brain worm. Oh, wait till you hear this. And Gen Zers, you win, but it's not a good win. A consumer group says Gen Z folks have higher levels of debt and less apt to pay their bills on time than millennials did at their age. We'll have the story in this half hour. Just ahead of the closing bell, and the Dow looking nice on this Wednesday, up by about 150 50 points. We'll have the rest of the numbers coming up on Money Watch. And AccuWeather, this is breezy and warm with more sun and a high of 86. Click Nissan 301. And from your Mercedes-Benz of Edison.com traffic center now, here's Greg Rice.
Well, this Meadowbrook thing is going to be the story for most of the afternoon, the way it looks. Northbound Meadowbrook subject to closure north of Hempstead Turnpike, getting up to Stewart Avenue. A truck managed to sneak onto the northbound Meadowbrook. Well, that was the first problem, and making matters worse, this truck flipped over. It is torn in half, and this is going to be a little bit here on the northbound side of the Meadowbrook State Parkway. You got a standstill from well before Hempstead Turnpike, getting up to Stewart Avenue. Southbound, it's all open, but everybody is nosy, taking pictures and whatnot. So you want the Wandsworth or the Seaford Oyster Bay either way in Nassau. Again, northbound Meadowbrook subject to closure at Stewart Avenue because of a truck that sneaked on and flipped over underneath an overpass. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. Citybound side of the George, 15 to 20 on the upper level. The lower is a bit better. Northbound West Side, southbound Henry Hudson, the best rides out of town. The Lincoln, no more than 10 minutes in. Outbound Lincoln's all right. The outbound of Holland, you get out of the city just fine, and then run to the Newark Bay extension. As on the outbound Skyway, you got a crash getting across the Hackensack River, so you want the Newark Bay extension instead. I'm Greg Wright, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Our top story this hour makes you wonder, is there anything left on the store shelves? Get this, there's a big investigation going on involving a fencing ring that includes more than $1 million in stolen goods from some of the biggest retailers in the city. Newsman Roger Stern with a crackdown where the DA says the suspects were stealing everything except the kitchen sink. Well, hold on. There might have been one of those in there, too.
Alvin Bragg's a big store, including designer purses and electronics.
His profit is free.
And the DA says it's dangerous to employees in the victimized stores when they try to stop the theft. Roger Stern, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM in Lower Manhattan.
And that investigation continues. They are not done yet, folks. We'll have more as it becomes available. Well, no more paper receipts at the parking meter. The DOT just rolled out the new pay-by-plate system in Washington Heights before it makes its way across the 5 boroughs later this year.
These first pay-by-plate meters being installed here at St. Nicholas and West 166. Florencio was one of the first to try it. He first got word about it on 1010 Wins. Happy to no longer have to display that paper receipt on the dash, and it's going to save a lot of...
Anymore?
You must have been at the press conference. That's exactly what they said.
Yeah, because it's a lot of paper. It's good. Sometimes you have it in the car and it flows off when you open and close the door, so you think you left it there.
Yeah. All 80,000 city-meter parking spaces will get this new technology by the end of next year. Of course, part of the battle, though, is finding a parking spot. One shot, 1010 Wins, 92.3 FM, Washington Heights.
That's right. I was about to say, finding a parking space. 5 flight attendants facing federal charges tonight for allegedly smuggling drug money to the Dominican over a number of years. Prosecutors say they were all working for different international airlines that operated between the city and the DR. Because of their jobs, they were allowed to pass through special security lanes at JFK and other airports with much less security than other passengers. In all, prosecutors say they smuggled $8 million cash between the two countries. Wow. Mayor Adams could be facing a new challenger from his left. Zelnur Myrie is the name. The Democratic state senator from Brooklyn says he might be running to take the mayor's title next year.
Why are you considering running for mayor next year?
Well, both of my parents came to this city close to 50 years ago from Costa Rica because it held a promise for opportunity. It was a place that they could raise their families, where they could raise their families in a safe neighborhood and send me to good public schools. But for too many New Yorkers that I speak to today, that same dream and that same opportunity that has attracted so many New Yorkers is disappearing.
Senator Myrie says at the top of his list is making the city more affordable. He plans to do that by expanding housing and after-school programs. And he says his work is already getting started.
We're going to be talking to as many New Yorkers as possible to continue to listen and to hear what their needs are, what their priorities are.
Mary Lynn Dudley, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM. Outside Brooklyn Borough Hall.
Meantime, one presidential candidate says a worm, yes, a worm got into his brain. Did some damage.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. spokesperson says he contracted a parasite years ago while traveling in Africa, South America, and Asia, and that it could have led to severe memory loss and mental fog he was experiencing. A doctor, after reviewing a scan of his brain in 2010, told him those health issues he had could be caused by a worm that got into his brain and ate a portion of it and then died. Around the time of the discovery of the parasite, Kennedy was also diagnosed with mercury poisoning, which can lead to neurological issues. Kennedy's campaign says the 70-year-old is now in robust physical and mental health.
Correspondent Matt Piper reporting for us. AccuWeather says this afternoon, increasing amounts of sunshine. We like that. Breezy and very warm. I'm talking very, very warm. A high of 86, felt humid too. Partly cloudy is the word tonight with a low of 63. And then looking at Thursday, turning cloudy and cooler with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm from late morning on. We'll get to a high near 70, and then we start the weekend Friday cloudy and quite cool with occasional rain and drizzle. High of only 58 degrees. Isn't that something to go from 86 to 58? And then Saturday, as we get on into the weekend, variable cloudiness and remaining cool with a high of 52. We are hanging on to 81 degrees under mostly sunny skies in Central Park. Winds these times 307. In Donald Trump's Georgia election interference case, the former president has repeatedly tried to get Fulton County DA Bonnie Willis off the case over her romantic relationship with the special prosecutor. Well, lower court ruled that she could stay on as long as the prosecutor dropped off, and he has, but now Trump is being allowed to appeal that decision to keep Willis on. The court has decided to take it up.
In my lifetime, not only to have had nurses as close friends, but also to have had excellent nurses when I was ill. And to all of them, happy Nurses Week, and you are underpaid and underappreciated. Now, you say, why didn't I give you a much bigger raise when I ran the hospital system? I had to think about, the budget. Okay. For the longest time, there was a prototype, crooked New York, Manhattan Supreme Court justice. Since everyone knows that the Manhattan Supreme Court is probably one of the most crooked in America because it's entirely politicized. You see, these people are appointed by the Democratic leaders, and of course, a fair number of them went to jail, and a fair number of them escaped jail, but a large number of them were crooked. So they were appointing the judges. Crooked political bosses appoint judges who do their bidding. So one of the most famous of all that broke out in national headlines in the 50s was Carmine DeSapio admitting that he appointed, well, actually calling one judge who he had appointed, but also admitting that he had met Carmine DeSapio, head of the Democratic Party, extraordinarily close to the mafia, admitting to the mafia on tape that he was putting in their people. This tape was done by Estes Fowler.
Do you have a
President of the United States. So that judge was sort of the prototype. But nobody had good pictures of him, We got great pictures of the new prototype of the crooked Manhattan Supreme Court Justice, who stands for about 150 years of history, and most of the ones that are on the bench with regard to politics. I want to be clear.
Rickettering.
Quite honest about other
Is any rickettering in the bench?
Democratic politics.
No, rickettering.
They're complete prostitutes. No. That's why you get the. That's why you get the gerrymandering.
It's no intriguing.
That's why you get the phone cases on people being thrown off the ballot.
22 was 19.
That's why you get the. I was taught in law school by a extraordinarily distinguished law professor.
You're Jeremy.
Are you Jeffrey? You might as well tell your client, don't bother if it goes against the Democrat Party. Well, Judge Mershon is now the poster boy, and he's got the face for it. He does. I'm not going to say why. You decide when you look at his face. He's got the face for the slimy judge who will do what is told. Now, you should know about him. They're going to probably say he's not really a judge. He was never elected. Now, it doesn't really matter, because most of them that were elected didn't have an opponent like Moron. But this guy didn't even bother to elect. And he wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the Democratic boss of Manhattan. They'll deny it. Keith Wright will deny it. Son of Let Him Loose Bruce. He'll deny it. But it's true. They're all there because the Democrat boss puts them there. They're all there and often have no opponents like Moron, elected 3 times without opposition.
Six
Yesterday was a big disaster
You can open in the middle and place for the coffee.
Speed trap reported
No, it's
ahead.
just going to be one color. They modified it. Crystal makes a sensor, a CCTV. So, but in this big overhead flip where they have natural light, they want colors to change. It's good. It's a good concept.
Once we start to work with them and see the ease of it,
The thing that bothers me is like, gotta start getting the mandates because like they're trying to take like. I was talking about I go in. They're like, oh well, we didn't include it. It's like I told you to include it. It says like I want it to like somehow be in there,
right?
And so that they can't take it out because I don't want it to not go well, right? As soon as they see it's like optional, you know, then I think it's because it's not like it's just an estimate you give us, right? You don't know exacts on those, or do you? If it's a 2-man day.
I think the way we do it is we do it per day. We don't know how fast the contract will work. Sometimes we think 3 days in advance, and I think that 10 days in advance.
I think we should do it. I think we should have something like a minimum, right? It built in is 3 days. Every extra day is so that at least they have 3 days.
Yeah.
Because if we have it so like optional there, they always take it out because they're trying to get a lower number, competing with somebody else. And then
I know. I spoke with. I
didn't want to. Yeah.
I have the number.
On
the labor cost per day cost, I think it was a mistake. That's what they put in. I was surprised.
Yeah, because I was reminding them, I was like, hey, when this comes in, make sure that they don't order it without the guy with the supervision.
Exactly.
System's different. I guess
Especially on the first time like that.
Yeah. Twice a year. His house one night. Yeah. So my son is only 13 now. So great, but he's been working hard to. Not the whole band didn't get it though. Signed up for it, state acts, practicing. He's going to play his baritone sax. Symphonic wind. Yeah, that guy, Zachary. Disney.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's like art actor. He did theater stuff over here. Zachary. Yeah. That office used to be so scary. Because the owners were. Now, Paula, she's in charge now. Charles stays in New Mexico. Hank used to be scary. He's just says consultant in the office. He stays in New Jersey.
Paula, I remember Paula's
yeah, she's super. She's changed.
No, not Paula.
Pomerantz. He wasn't one of the, he's always nice guy. Yeah. And he's not, he's real chill. He's still a great designer.
It's easy when I dealt with him and Amy in public without a contract.
Didn't work, right? Didn't happen or something.
No, we did it. They didn't pay us. It's installed.
Pay us?
To clear bankruptcy. So they paid us a fortune. So what happens, they paid us a fortune. And it was everything.
Ship? Shipping? For payment for shipping? Or what are your terms?
Yes, usually yes, but we're dealing directly with the client and we came up with 25% back.
So you lost 25%, which is like...
No, they ended up paying us like $5 grand. I'm sure we said that was the case.
The case.
My background can't pay you.
Tell your boss I'm doing okay.
I was like, can we get like free rooms for X amount of time?
Yeah, right. What's the name of your boss?
David.
David. Tell David once he's starting to turn it around.
Tell him killing it.
Well, because at first, like, I'm in the car with him. It's like, I don't even know why. came back to you guys because you rejected us the first time. He was ego. He was in a bad mood about something.
It's his ego.
I don't know.
Estimated time in traffic, 12 minutes.
No, it's like more of this or something like that.
I know. Yeah, he was
just like, I guess we'll give this a chance, but whatever.
His ego was hurt. He rejected us the first time. And I was like, David,
There's so many
agents, we have to go. Like, why was
as
he saying
long as you're rejecting people in a polite way.
Exactly.
You know, there's a lot of moving parts.
Exactly.
65 lines.
Exactly.
And you always have to worry about if we take this, these three will be happy. I don't envy their job. I like my job.
Exactly.
Cocktail making next Friday with your friend.
Have fun.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Your David should be annoying.
I'm so hot and cold, I would be terrible. Managers. Like, people. You are. I'm that way anyway. Like, when I first started with Melissa, I used to write out of town peppered emails. It's ridiculous, you're stealing from me. Like Melissa, I did that the first couple of years. Melissa put me on I couldn't email reps or regionals on anything out of town for like a full year. She said everything had to go to her first until I calmed down. Yeah, I just had to.
You're good, Melissa.
It just drove me crazy. It's my spec. I got too involved.
It's good. You're passionate. Gotta be passionate.
Yeah. Fly back tomorrow, you said, or tonight?
Tonight.
What happens with these things? I mean, they can go here. I message them back to the office. Are they SDA? Yeah. So message them out more. Back to SDA. Look them around. Get out early enough. You can watch to see who's going to be in the championship game. Are you a soccer guy? Football guy? There's a big game right now at 3 o'clock. Real Madrid. Bayern Munich. 2-2 first leg. Schmidt's first game. Second game today. And what's that?
It's a big game.
Yeah. I had a manufacturer out. I went to Loker and I said, all right, introduce you. I gotta go watch Arsenal. I watched Arsenal when they used to.
Who's your team, first of all?
Yeah. Actually, they won that one. That was great. I left them. They crushed Chelsea 5-0. It shocked my manufacturer. I was like, what? It's 12 years. And he goes to McDonald's.
Indian guy there?
What's that?
Indian dude?
Urca?
This is mostly talking about the project, right?
No, basically, like, let's review it, right? On that job, we use Silent. You know that, right?
Yep.
And
sure.
just reiterate, we got 2 other designers. So it surprised me you said a big space we usually use foil. What's it called? Silent? Is it
Light
foil?
Light
Yeah.
foil,
Yeah, so you use the light foil on big ones, but that has to mean that they don't need to get anything above that
Typically, yeah.
right? Because I don't want to get the factory in. Like it's just in the space and everything up there can be maintained, but getting around it. What is Denver Art Museum? Then how do you make sure that? How do you make sure?
Carpets, 4x8 block carpets, pieces that go right behind But like, I don't know, Michigan Plaza's one, it's a whole, it's in Chicago, it's a whole wall, essentially, and it's curving. Like this, that one I had to use.
Oh, yeah.
A, the whole ceiling, and B, a lot of curves and things like that.
diameter curve you want to use small too, right?
It depends how big it is, but yeah, most likely yes.
Oh, I'll go drop it off. I was gonna say I was gonna go do it, and then but we have too much stuff. We have time.
Mr. Seymour.
American go to the elevator, you have to put it down the thing, press it. You have to put the with her. Because I'll go there, because otherwise Susie likes to be on a train before, so she might say I'm going to carry Yeah, go to 8. They might tell you 9 or 7. Just go. Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh no, I walked to that wall. They moved south on. They put it all on the tracks.
Okay, have a good day. Have something in the back.
Yes.
Take care. Watch the bicycle.
38th Street.
אני אסביר, 850 איש, לעלות, חברים, לעלות, כמה שיותר לעלות בבקשה את השידור. אני מקבלת משורש נהיה. בלי מסוכרת, חיים שלי שלנו, ביבש. הייתה יד, הנה, לא.
Turn right on West. Just ahead, pick up Lauren on the right.
Yo, Lauren, what's up?
כמה שיותר שיתופים, חברים, כמה שיותר שיתופים, כמה שיותר לייקים. אנחנו 900 איש, חברים, 900 איש, קובי אוהב אותך יא מלך. אנחנו 900 איש, כולם יודעים איפה זה השידור הכי חם, הכי קטלני, הכי מוחץ, הכי אמיתי. אין שידורים כמו שיש פה, חברים יקרים, אין דבר כזה. תודה רבה בוקר גיט. לא מה היה פה, שם ישמור אותה. חברים, כולם פה, כל האנשים היקרים, חברים, 915 איש, יאללה, יאללה, 922. תנו לי לראות את ה1000 בעיניים. תנו לי לראות את ה1000 בעיניים. פה זה הכל אמיתי. איך אתם יודעים שזה אמיתי, חברים יקרים? מתחילים ב100, עולים ל130, 140, אחלה משה כהן. הצרפתייה מהטיקטוק, מי אתה חושב שאתה? מי זאת? תגיד לי, זה המפגרת הזאת שעומדת בכל מיני מינימרקט ואומרת זה היום בגיתי סלמון צרפתי, זה ממרח צמחוני צרפתי, זה מרגרינה צרפתי. זה את? אז מי זאת? זאת שחברה של מיכאל ארזן. זה את כאילו סגנון מזויף כזה? הבנתי. טוב חברים, כמה שיותר שיתופים, כמה שיותר לייקים. זאת עדן קוראים לה. טוב, רק בריאות עדן. חברים, מי אני חושב שאני? לפחות אני לא מסתתר אחרי שמות של דמויות מהטיקטוק. אני קובי אמזלג ואני שמח וטוב לב. תודה רבה בוס. אם את היית מתביישת בעצמך, לפחות היה לך ביטחון ברמה הנמוך ביותר. היית מסתובבת לפחות עם השם שלך. חברים, כמה
Get to your drop off at Nubilis.
אוהבים אותך. תודה רבה, אביב היקר, אחלה פיצי, וגם אביב היה אצלם שם ואוהבים אותך. רשום את השם שלי טוב, חברים, שחררו אותה מפה כמו למתקשיש.
Which is why I came in with my switches this morning. They look like just a little too far to like commute to Monroe every day, you know what I mean? What's going on? Being at the office by myself. My office at my house is also our guest room. So I have like a emergency bed that when we have guests, I move my desk out of that room. Otherwise my desk is like, so I go to the office whenever a sister. She's a sister. She's 29. He's 32. Parents are in Austin. She has a resident at Four Seasons in Austin. Parents live in Austin. Where do you live? There's nothing online about any of them. Nothing. Whoa. And so recently, I asked Bashi to help her get her membership at Soho House. And she's like, Chris, I'm nervous about the meeting because she's like, she just answers your questions. Like, she's not chatty Kathy. And he's like, it'll be fine. So it's going to be okay. I'm like, yeah, it's going to be great. But she is very
that's cool. Your friend, you guys, you and Baji are friends. That's great.
Yeah.
I like him so much.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Awesome. Thank you. Caleb's really good at it too, from what I hear.
I think the thing that Carol and Maureen had, which I talked to Chris about, is it's hard when people are texting to then transfer it. They like to copy and paste everything into QA, so they kind of summarize it. So I was like, so maybe I'll transfer it. One thing I did is, because they were like, it's such a great, as soon as it was in there, she's like,
What do you mean wait, like to open it?
like, you say, I need dinner reservations at Walmart tonight. They make the reservation, send you the confirmation.
And then they go in.
And they open it, and I'm like, I always open it because I know that it's open. And they were like, oh no, wait till you get it. So like,
You're doing it the correct way. I know.
That's a lot of pressure.
So Intercontinental's an IHG hotel, and we recently done a partnership with them that that gives us like this competition code where we're supposed to get all of our Jerusalem amenities. So I was like, oh, I'll just try IHG hotel.
Drop off Lauren.
To make sure the queue works, which it does work, and check it out. And of the IHG hotels, so I like your partner one of your guys' friends, so I chose them. And then there's two, one on 48th Street, which is super nice, and one in Times Square, which is like the nicer one. And then tomorrow night, after like work thing, like 7, and my husband and I are gonna go to the like taking the family to sponsor stuff. Music
Head to your pickup at 105 W29th Street.
אתה רוצה ללכת, אחי, לראות בן אדם אוכל, אתה יכול להיות במסעדה גם. הייתם בן, כפרה עליך. הייתם בן, אח שלי היקר, יש פה אנשים שמבינים עניין. מתוך 1,300 איש, בן אדם פה התעורר 4 מטרות לתוך הטוב, הכנס אותי, אח שלי היקר. חברים, אם אני עכשיו אפתח...
Pickup updated. Head to your pickup on W30th Street.
ויסיים. אתם תקבלו מה שמגיע לכם. תקבלו את הדם ואת הסטייק העסיסי שלכם. ואני אשאר פה לדבר עם הקירות. חברים, יש פה קומץ מסוים שאני מחכה להם. יש פה קהל שאני מחכה לו. ואלה אנשים יקרים שבלעדיהם אני לא מתחיל פה את הלייב. תודה רבה ואח שלי היקר והאהוב כפרה עליך. כי אלה האנשים שבסופו של יום גם דואגים לזה שאתם תראו פה את הלייב כל יום. אני עולה לפה, חברים יקרים ואהובים, ואני לא פראייר של אף אחד, אחלה סוודר שבעולם. היידה! היידה כפרה עליך, זה אחד מהאנשים היקרים שאני מתחכה להם. זה אחד מהאנשים היקרים שאני מתכוון אליהם, חברים. סוודר המלך כפרה עליך. אחלה סוודר שבעולם. ככה מתחילים מנגל, חברים. ככה מתחילים מנגל. סוודר, אתה איש יקר. אח שלי היקר ואהוב כפרה עליך. יא מלך. זה לא סוודר. הנה עוד פעם התבלבלתי בשם שלו. אין מטומטם כמוני. סלבדור כפרה עליך, סלבדור. אח שלי היקר, זה האנשים שאני מתכוון אליהם. הבנו חברים, הבנו בסוודר. הולכים עכשיו עוד פעם. אתם תקראו לו לברוח עוד פעם, חברים. רק אתם תקראו לו לברוח עוד פעם. אחלה סלבדור כפרה על הראש שלך. אחלה סלבדור לוקח אותי מימים יפים. ש20 רכבות היו רצים פה טרם השידור התחיל. חברים, לא היה כדבר הזה. היידה יעלום הקרב כפרה עליך. אח שלי היקר והאהוב הופך אותנו גם למלך החיות. אחלה פיל שבעולם, השם ישמור אותך. תודה רבה חברים. ככה מדליקים את הבן אדם. ככה מדליקים את הבן אדם. היידה יעלום הקרב כפרה עליך. זה גם לא סלבדור. הוא מבין אותי, זה מה שחשוב, חברים, זה מה שחשוב. העיקר שהוא יודע כמה אני אוהב אותו, חברים יקרים ואהובים. העיקר שהוא יודע כמה אני אוהב אותו. אחלה דביר שבעולם. לא יודע איך הגעתי לסוודר, לא יודע איך הגעתי לסלבדור. אין לי מושג. ארטות 215 אוהבים אותך, 15 רכבות הבן אדם הזה העיף פה. חברים, ככה אני רוצה להתחיל את המנגל. 1,000 צופים. אני לא אומר פה כל אחד ייתן רכבת. אם כל אחד ייתן פה רכבת, מחר אני ביחדה.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Right here.
Yeah.
בבורג' חליפה מטייל. לא ציפיתי, חברים, אחלה בן שבעולם. שכל...
Going to Brooklyn, yeah.
השידור פה
Midtown town.
לא מחייב אף אחד לשלוח. אני דיברתי על זה אלפי פעמים, ואין לי בעיה לעשות גם שידור על הנושא. אני לא מאשר. אז עכשיו יהיה פה... ייכנס פה לצרות. חס וחלילה, חברים. חס וחלילה. רק מי שיש לו יכולת מתערב. ככה זה אצלי. אנחנו לא מנצלים פה אף אחד. ולא להצטער. אני אין לי
always tell Midtown Tunnel, make sure take the right lane. Because if you don't tell, many don't know. They make a boo-boo.
Yeah.
Bank is it's a bank coffee shop. Capital One Bank coffee shop. They do this kind of combination now. Used to be Victoria's Secret there. talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh. This kind of thing. It's long enough. Yeah, all the power you can use. Stays without the phone, it's like
In 700 feet, use the middle 2 lanes to stay to the right 2 Queens Midtown Tunnel, right lane. Use the middle 2 lanes to stay to the right 2 Queens Midtown Tunnel, right lane.
with the air conditioner.
Stay to the right to Jackson Avenue. In 700 feet, turn right to Pulaski Bridge. Right to Pulaski Bridge. Exit to Freeman Street. In 1,000 feet, exit right, then turn right. Exit right, then turn right on Freeman Street. Turn right on Freeman Street. In a quarter of a mile, turn right on Franklin Street. In 1,000 feet, turn right. 200 feet. Turn left on Commercial Street. Then turn right. Turn right on Blue Slip.
Tell nobody. What a nice view of the city.
You've arrived at your destination.
You been here before?
Yeah, this is my home.
Oh, here is good.
Yeah.
Please have a good day. Look at the view. Awesome view. Thank you. Awesome view. Awesome view there. See the view? I'm gonna stand here and take a picture.
Donald Trump gets the go-ahead to appeal for the removal of Fulton County District Attorney Connie Willis from the state election interference case.
Georgia appellate court's willingness to take up this argument means, if nothing else, the Fulton County case will probably be significantly delayed. Donald Trump has argued DA Connie Willis should be disqualified from the case for having a relationship with an attorney she hired to join her team. Judge say on the case, as long as that lawyer named
New rules for dogs coming into the United States. Beginning August 1st, any dog from another country must be at least 6 months old and microchipped to help prevent the spread of rabies. The new rules, posted by the CDC, require vaccination for dogs that have been in countries where rabies is common. The update applies to dogs brought in by breeders or rescue groups, as well as pets traveling with their U.S. owners. Artificial intelligence may have made its way into your When it comes to difficult debt, a new report says Gen Z is piling it up much more than millennials did at the same point. The credit bureau TransUnion says consumers between the ages of 22 and 24 have higher debt levels a decade ago. When's news time? 4:36.
Make a U-turn.
Celeb-filled salute to a legend. Well, they'll be talking to him. 1010 Wins Entertainment is next. New York Presbyterian gives you the healthcare choices you want, like over 450 locations in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, and Westchester. Now that's them. Experience ordinary healthcare when and where you need it. Save funding to get a free medical consultation,
Brooklyn Street. In 400 feet, turn left on Eagle Street. Street. In a quarter of a mile,
But I have two pieces of news. One bad and one is really bad. Which one do you want to go first?
1,000 feet. Turn right.
Guinness Boulevard. Do you know McGuinness Boulevard? Good. Good. So you can see this. Is there any quit sign around?
Turn right on McGinnis Boulevard.
Elected officials and others. Midtown beauty and cosmetic stores shut down. You can sell in the hall of home goods for another store. Netflix not laughing over the Tom Brady roast and the way Kim Kardashian was treating happy audience. They are making some edits. On Wall Street, it was a great day for the market. The Dow closing up 172 points. The Nasdaq fell 29. Shenzhen went back to other Christmas patchy clouds tonight. Low 63. Not as warm tomorrow. Chance of some thunderstorms. High 70. Time 441. Time for expanded traffic and transit from the Mercedes-Benz of Edison.com traffic center. Here's Greg Wright.
Now, we're not done yet in Nassau, but we're getting there. The truck that's flipped over is back on its wheels and being hooked up to a big rig tow truck right now. But northbound Meadowbrook is still shut down at Hempstead Turnpike. They need to inspect this overpass at Stewart Avenue and clean up any debris on the roadway. So soon, but not yet. Southbound Meadowbrook also from the northern state for Stewart Avenue, a Wonton to Seaford Oyster Bay. They provide a much easier ride. Northern state and southern state extra slow as well getting past the Meadowbrook with everybody choosing different routes. Here's what you need to know about the race. On the inbound lower level, southbound Henry Hudson's the only good way out of town. Lincoln is about 20 minutes into the city outbound. Far north off of the 11th and 9th. Everything's getting worse at the outbound of Holland. So 30-minute trip out of town. Outbound covered roadway, inbound Skyway are awful. The Newark Bay, that's going to be the much better play at this point. In New Jersey on Route 1 in Edison southbound coming down to Old Post Road. You got a crash in the right lane and 287 southbound awful from Piscataway. Through McCutcheon and Edison coming down to the Parkway. The cause of an accident, knocking out at least one lane. I'm Greg Rice. Our next report is at 4:51. 10-10 wins on 92.3 FM.
The NYPD social media posts that have targeted elected officials, journalists, and others are now the subject of a Department of Investigation probe. Last week, singled out City Council member Tiffany Saban after she criticized the police response at Columbia University. He called her a person who hates our city, something he posted on X. That prompted City Council Speaker Adrian Adams and the Legal Aid Society to ask for an investigation. In a statement to 10-10 Wins, the Department of Investigation said, quote, DOI is in receipt of the May 3rd letter from the City Council Speaker and the May 6th letter from the Legal Aid Society. In light of the request, DOI has begun an investigation of the relevant social media use and exchanges, as well as personal policies. As this is ongoing, DOI declined further comment. And so, Legal Aid says it welcomes the announcement. We have reached out to the NYPD for comment. Wednesday time 4:43. Authorities have shut down a Midtown beauty supply
supplies store, accusing the outlet of feuds. Stolen goods, which is from more than a half dozen other retailers.
Tonight, the DA Alvin Bragg says Brianna is well known to shoplifters at the other store, where the shadow network of things operates. Individuals and businesses knowingly buy property, selling it, and resell it at a profit.
Arrested its owner and her brother for criminal possession of stolen property, more than $1 million worth. And beyond this being a monetary crime, Brad says workers in other stores were put at risk trying to stop the theft.
There have been far too many assaults on hard-working employees who are trying to do their jobs.
Roger Strand, and Williams on 92.3 FM in Lower Manhattan.
A pedestrian was seriously injured during a would-be carjacking in Williamsburg last night when the driver tried to evade the carjacker by gunning it. Wound up hitting the pedestrian. Police say the would-be robber fired a gun during all of this, creating more confusion, so much so that some people on the street thought the pedestrian had been hit by gunfire. He wasn't. He was hit by the car. The 20-year-old who was hit by that car is expected to survive. Police are still
השיר הזה של ירושלים. יאללה חברים, נשים לכם איזה שיר מרגש, ותכף, תכף, תכף חברים, נעלה לכם קצת את יד, חברים, נעלה את יד לאיזה 3 משחקים, שיהיה ככה לשיילי הוויה. לא, לא. אתה יכולה לעשות לי נס? זה בשביל הלוחמים ברפיח, זה בשביל הלוחמים ברפיח. אחלה ערן כובע, ערן אוהבים אותך, אח שלי היקר והאהוב. זה בשבילכם, חברים. חברים, כל שיר זה פרסומת כפרה עליכם. בשיר הזה אני יושב לי, מעשן סיגריה בכיף, אתם נהנים קצת מהשירים. מי שבא לו לפרגן על השידור, מי שמבסוט לו, מי שרוצה להיות חלק מהמערכת הזאת שנקראת המנגל, שזה תוכנית יומית, מראשון עד חמישי, מ-9, 9:30 עד חצות. זמן חברים, זה התוכנית הכי חזקה ברשת. זה הכל חברים, זה הכל נקודה. אתם רוצים לבדוק אותי? צאו מהלייב שלי, צאו, אני אומר לכם, צאו. לכו תסתובבו בכל הרשת, אם מצאתם משהו יותר מעניין, אל תבוא. אם מצאתם מקום לשים שם תמיד ולא פה, שימו. אם יותר הזדהיתם, תישארו שם חברים. נשמע לכם, אומר לכם אמיתי. התוכנית משודרת בחסות הברווז המעופף. התעופפנו, והטוב.
We're all set. Let's go. Turn right. In 600 feet, turn right on Manhattan Avenue. Then turn right. Turn right on Manhattan Avenue. Then turn right on Green Street.
מסתלבט בכיף, שימי לב, אחות יקרה, השם ישמור אותך סינדי. תודה רבה שאת פה כל לילה עוברת, מפרגנת. תודה רבה. וואלה, תודה. לא לענות אותו, לא לענות, אתם קובעים. מה שאתם רוצים, חברים. אמרתם להוציא את העיניים לאור.
Turn right on Green Street.
וואלה, אין בו אמונה. אם היה בו אמונה, הייתי מעלה אותו. מחר הוא יכול ללכלך עלינו באמא שלי.
In 700 feet, turn left on McGinnis Boulevard. Then stay to the left.
איפה אריק בן דוד, חברים? איפה אריק בן דוד? אריק בן דוד, איפה הוא, חברים? איפה הוא? הנה רכבת על רכבת, עם סינדי. תודה רבה, סינדי. תודה. תודה רבה.
ואני עם הפיצה, איפה הפיצה שלי?
לא, אני רוצה לשאול את אריק. אני רוצה לשאול את אריק אחת ולתמיד, למה הוא גונב לי את הזהות? למה הוא מדבר כמוני? למה הוא מתנהג כמוני? אני רוצה לשאול אותו פנים מול פנים. אני רוצה את אריק בן דוד פה בלייב שיענה לי על השאלות. זה מה שאני רוצה. אני לא מתאים לי שבן אדם...
Turn left on McGinnis Boulevard. Then stay to the left to Pulaski Bridge. Stay to the left to Pulaski Bridge. In half a mile, use the right lane to exit to Jackson Avenue East, I-495 West. In 1,000 feet, exit right, then turn right. Exit right to Jackson Avenue East, I-495 West. Then turn right to 49th Avenue, I-495 West. Turn right to 49th Avenue, I-495 West. Then turn right on 11th Place. Turn right on 11th Place. Then turn right on 50th Avenue. Turn right on Jackson Avenue. In 400 feet, turn right on 47th Road. Then turn right. Turn right on 47th Road. Then turn right on 21st Street.
עד מתי?
Turn right on 21st Street. In 600 feet, turn left. Turn right. Avenue.
Charlie choo-choo train, Charlie choo-choo train. Charlie choo-choo train, Charlie choo-choo train. Charlie choo-choo train, Charlie choo-choo train. Alexa, where's my pizza? You got a pizza? I want my pizza right now. Alexa, where is my pizza? You got a pizza?
I'm like, I think it's, I don't know where yes and soda is, but it's all right. Shut down your whole phone and then restart. Sometimes exactly apps.
So this is the manual versus who's intimidated by my.
take care of those civilians before major combat takes place.
It is believed to be the first time the U.S. has hosted an arms shipment to Israel since October 7th. Some lawmakers criticized the move, saying military aid was already approved through the $95 billion foreign funding bill. Former President Donald Trump is taking his presidential campaign to the Jersey Shore this weekend. Trump will hold a rally late Saturday afternoon on the beach in Wildwood at a site with an estimated capacity of over 30,000. Meanwhile, today, Trump gets a break from the courtroom with the trial resuming tomorrow. Yesterday, film star Stormy Daniels testified about an alleged affair with Trump in 2006. Some New Yorkers are a bit skeptical.
It was a bit for the court. I think she kind of like almost went and did like too much. You know, I thought it was kind of like more X-rated, nuts for the plea. That testimony should never have been allowed. It's not relevant.
Trump's legal team was seeking a mistrial over that testimony. That ended up being denied by Judge Juan Merchan. Cross-examination will continue tomorrow. The Knicks are going into tonight's playoff game with a 1-0 series lead. The Knicks continue their Eastern semifinals against the Indiana Pacers for Game 2 tonight. On Monday night, Knicks won in a close game, 121-117 from MSG. Knicks forward Josh Hart says they'll have to improve for this next game. Game airs at 8 on TNT. Now your forecast from the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center tonight. Clear skies and a low of 65. 81 and sunny outside our Midtown studios. I'm Liz Radabali. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
Welcome to the 5 o'clock show. It's time for Common Sense. Now, it's Captain Cosby with John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby.
Charlie Choo-Choo Train, Charlie Choo-Choo Train.
And the American Way, bringing common sense to the world. Now, here's John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby.
Charlie Choo-Choo Train, Charlie Choo-Choo Train.
And breaking news here on Cass and Cosby, the squad member, very liberal, Jamal Bowman of New York, it turns out had a secret YouTube page subscribed to channels that shared very anti-Semitic and also conspiracy theories. People saying that he had a private account many people did not know about with some very vile postings.
Breaking news from New York Post.
Lots of big breaking news. We're going to follow this. And John, this comes as we're hearing about Rashida Tlaib and some of the others. But they're complaining about the police breaking up the protesters, calling police the thugs, and the ones who went over the line.
Now we got, I understand Curtis Sewell is walking down the hall here.
He's running down the hall.
Train.
I thought it was a walking run.
Is he running from anybody or is he running toward?
I think he's running, and also, by the way, we got to play his theme song. Because he's so upset. He's a destruction.
Okay, I'm old enough to remember that. Anti-warriors.
Give us your report. What the heck is going on in the street?
Three quick names. 16-year-old young African-American boy goes into a charter school in Soho, gets shot multiple times in the lobby of the Dominic Hotel, which is a 5-star hotel. He was trying to break up two girl gangs that were fighting out in the street. Two guys come up in city bikes, and they do a drive-by shooting on him. Now, you got to say to yourself, all these crimes are being committed by young thugs on city bikes. Do you really think they're renting those bikes? Or do you think they've stolen them and they're just riding around committing crimes? That's number one. Then a person that I know well, Melinda Katz, the DA in Queens.
Your ex-wife?
Yes. Out of the many. Out of the many.
Yeah, how many? Curtis, how many?
Five.
By the way, for the record, I had to remind Curtis he had 5 one time. We were arguing. He said I had 4. I said, no, you had 5. But anyway.
So she's got a tough case, a little bit like Jose Alba. Apparently 12:30 in the morning Tuesday at a mini-mart bodega in Queens Boulevard and 64th Road in Rego Park. Guy comes in, robs beer, tussles with the guy who was running the store at that time, 21-year-old guy. He chokes him, and the 21-year-old guy chases him in the street and then stabs him and kills him to death. It's going to be a tough one. Who killed who? The crook. No, the crook was killed by the guy who running the bodega.
Charlie Choo-Choo Train, Charlie Choo-Choo Train. Aminab.
Remember that guy who came up from Atlanta back in August, Tyson? He had this flash mob. He said he was going to give away free PlayStations in Union Square. Thousands of young people came in there, attacked the cops. 68 of them got arrested. Jeffrey Maggi was knocked to the ground, almost really seriously injured, the chief of patrol of the NYPD. Well, guess what? Alvin Gregg has decided not to prosecute Tyson. Here's a guy who was charged with riot, for initiating a riot.
Yeah, it was a massive choco. I remember, John, we were on live right when it was
Charlie
breaking,
Choo
and it was
Train,
like- it was
Charlie
all
Choo
over.
Thousands of young people who showed up with their free PlayStations, and because he didn't bring any free PlayStations, they launched a riot. So
Yeah,
he was,
vandalized property, they were jumping on police cars.
well, can you imagine? Alvin Gregg has decided not to prosecute this guy, but Eric Adams said, we have a cell ready for President Trump on Rikers Island. How ridiculous.
That is
How
bad.
ridiculous is that?
Well, by the way, and Judge Weinberg, remember we were talking also about the comment that came from Jen Psaki.
Oh, she started talking, I don't have to find the context for this. It says something about him going to jail, maybe he dying in jail. What kind of comment is that?
Yeah,
So
the
somebody
former
should
White
be-
House
Former
White House
press
secretary.
Right.
Circle back to
How
Greg.
outrageous is that?
It's par for the course these days. Par for the course. Crazy.
Is there any rule of law anymore?
Well, we have a true American hero in the studio with us, but we got to play our song.
Let me play the song for True American Heroes.
And joining us now, we are playing one of our favorite songs. By the way, it's Margot's favorite song, too. I love this song. And this is Tim Shee who joins us. Tim Shee is a great businessman, and he's also a great American. He was a Navy SEAL officer, for long. I say this is South America, and now he's running for Senate in Montana against Democrats who are John Texter. We're still on the same other year. And endorsed by President Trump, right? That was a biggie.
That's right. Well, tell us a little bit about Montana. Larry Kudlow was telling me one time he was driving in Montana and it takes him forever to get anywhere.
Well, it's the fourth largest state, and if you go in a diagonal line from Eureka to Ekalaka, it's almost as far as from Florida to New York. And we only have 1 million people there. So there's more cows than people.
Wow.
And it's a nice place to live, but it's still in America.
From one city to the other city is almost 1,000 miles.
Yeah, if you measure that diagonal distance from one corner to the other, it's a long way.
How big is your border with Canada?
Oh, I think we got like a 400-mile border. Maybe longer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, I covered the Montana Freemen
Oh, really?
many years ago. Those were the guys who were the tax evaders. But I love Montana. It's a beautiful state.
Tell us the problems Montana has and tell us the solutions.
Well, the first thing mainly is cost of living. I mean, this inflation we're seeing from coast to coast. During COVID, everyone was getting out of your cities, and they were flocking to Montana. And what we saw was a huge spike in cost of living, not just in housing, but if you look at the price of gas. I mean, simply in Montana, they drive 2 hours to work each way, a bunch of miles. And if you got to pay $6 a gallon for a diesel tank, or more kilometer traffic to your home, for instance, that increase in cost of living is not at all matched by increasing wages. So Montana's feeling inflation, and it's feeling more. We're northern border state with a certain border problem. Even NBC, which is a bastion of independent news, they did an article several weeks ago about how the cartels are targeting Montana, specifically where they need distribution to use that distribution of safe streets, good schools, boys are boys, girls are girls, cops are good, criminals are bad. And they're starting to look around them, even in Montana, and say, we don't like what we're seeing. It's about time we stand up and save this country.
How bad is the fentanyl crisis as you're talking about borders and stuff? Because it's a huge issue, what we're seeing. And the fact that our president barely ever says the word fentanyl.
Right. I mean, it's the meth and fentanyl crisis in Montana hits everything from our small towns like Martinsdale, Montana, population, about 40 people, all the way to our largest cities, which our largest city, Montana's Billings, but still a metro population of about 150,000. Not a big city by New York standards, but, we're seeing that problem across socioeconomic levels and across geographies across Montana, and our people are correctly linking it to the southern border. It's pouring across our border, and, sometimes 50, sometimes 80,000 Americans a year are dying from fentanyl-related overdoses. It's made in China, and it's fueled by the cartels, taking advantage of our completely open southern border. And it's about time to put a stop to it. And we have a senator in Montana, John Tester, who's a loyal foot soldier for all these policies coming out of the Biden administration, from, sending billions of dollars to Iran to opening our border, to printing fiat currency. He's doing all
Well, I mean, we gotta protect our borders. I mean, things are out of control. I went to Norman identified country today. Name me one thing that President Biden has done right.
Well, he's the reason I got into this race. I fought in Afghanistan. My wife is a Marine Corps officer. She fought in Afghanistan. I was wounded there, lost a lot of friends there. And when I saw Biden, I never wanted to be in politics. Who the hell wants to go into politics these days? But when I watched, my job is aerial firefighting. I fly the water bombers that bomb wildfires. I own the company, but I still fly airplanes. And I was out in California water bombing in summer of 21. And by day, we're bombing fires. By night, we're on the cell phone trying to get our interpreters, commandos, American citizens out of Afghanistan that Joe Biden abandoned there. And you look at us, all of our friends, my wife, we spent our 20s fighting our nation's longest war after the deadliest attack in American history right here in New York City. And watching our sacrifice is totally dishonest. Watching everything we spent our 20s fighting for, leaving billions of dollars of equipment behind to our enemies, for me, it's unacceptable and unacceptable.
The fact that we continue to fund a lot of how to do with your fellow military down the field when they see that this administration hasn't even cut off the line with all the oil and all the things they could be doing. For 43 years, they've been kidnapping and murdering Americans in the most brutal way. They're stating foreign policy of death to America, death to Israel. And what is Joe Biden and Barack Obama's answer to that? Which is to literally pay them American taxpayer money. And try to beg them, hey, we're going to pay you, don't hurt us, don't be mean to us. And, for Trump, how he'll always have my loyalty is really for one reason. He dropped a bomb like Qasem Soleimani, killed a guy who should have been killed a long time ago, and that man engineered the brutal death of thousands of Americans, including this guy right here on my wristband, Tiffany, who was my mentor in the special operations community, one of many great mentors.
אני מצטער על השעה, פשוט ראיתי איזה קומקום נדיר. מה זה הקומקום הזה? מישהו לידה רואה את הלייב שלי. זה סטלבט נתקי.
סמך.
אין לי כוח נפשי.
קובי 50 כבר.
יאללה, אני מוריד אותך. ביי, או שאתה מתחיל להיות רציני או שאני אומר לך ביי. יאללה.
רציני, מה אתה רוצה?
אתה רוצה להיות רציני או בלי פשלה?
רציני, מה זה המשימה? אל תהיה פשלה, מה?
טוב. יאללה.
מה יאללה?
אני שם אותך על השטק, תבקש מה שאתה רוצה. קדימה, חבר'ה, לא נשמע אותו, אני צריך להתפרנס. תודה, שלומי. תודה רבה, שלומי. וואו, תודה על 6 כובעים. תודה רבה, שלומי, אח שלי, תודה רבה. אני לא נושם. אני לא נושם פה, זהו, אני מרגיש שאני לא מצליח לנשום. קדימה, חבר'ה, כפרה עליכם. קדימה, חבר'ה. שלומי, תודה רבה, אח שלי, תודה רבה. שלומי, תודה רבה שאתה עוד מרים אותי. תודה רבה, שלומי, מעריך מאוד. גם משימה, גם מלא כובעים, תודה רבה. קדימה, חבר'ה, קדימה. בואו נרים את הראש ונוכיח לכל האנשים הרעים שאנחנו ננצח. אומנם קשה מאוד, חבר'ה. אני חייב לומר לכם, לא קל. תקופה מאתגרת, תקופה, וואלה, תקשיבו טוב. אבל הכל יהיה בסדר, חבר'ה, הכל יהיה בסדר. אנחנו פה ניאבק ונילחם, כי אנחנו הטובים בסיפור הזה. מי שרוצה לתת לי פרנסה טובה, גדי, כפרה עליך, אתה לא מבין מה אני עובר, גדי. 2 רכבות בשעה ורבע. וואלה, בירני, תודה רבה. שבוע אני הייתי בדיליי, תודה, בירני ניוז, תודה רבה. ראיתי, אח שלי היקר, אוהב אותך. וואלה, עשיתי לך עוקב, אתה אחלה גבר שבעולם, בירני. אתה נלחם עליי. וואלה, תודה שלומי, תודה בירני. מה אני עושה? הכל טוב, בירני ניוז, תודה כפרה עליך. אנחנו לא מוצאים את השם הזה בלייב. לא שווה שנגיד לא טוב ולא רע, בטח לא טוב, אין סיכוי בחיים, אבל אנחנו ניפול עליו ונעשה הכל בזמן הכי נכון, חבר'ה. תאמינו לי. אני יודע מה אני עושה. שלומי, איזה הפתעה נעימה. שלומי, תודה רבה. וואלה, אתה נלחם עליי פה. תודה רבה, שלומי. עשיתי לך עוקב. מי מצטרף?
איזה לוק, איזה עניינים, אח שלי היקר. מכולם, אין עליך, אין מעליך, הקובי והעולם, אולי ישמור אותך, קובי מזלק מכולם, קובי מהשטח, העולם והמתח, אין עליך, אין מעליך, הקובי והעולם, אנחנו אוהבים אותה, הקובי מזלק מהזמן,
אני עושה 3 משחקים, יאללה בוא, אתה היחיד שאני עושה איתו, בוא נעשה 3 משחקים שתתפרנס.
ישעדין, הקובין, עליך הולכים לשמור לך את האישה, כל המשפחה.
השם ישמור אותך, תודה שהוא פה איתנו, תעשו לו כבוד, חברים.
חברים, כולם ביחד, אמא שלכם כולם ביחד.
עושה איתו 3 משחקים, שיתפרנס קצת, חברים. חברים, כמה שיותר שלומית,
حبايبي كنا مع بعض الشيخ حبايبي كنا مع بعض.
מה רשם שלומית? לא ראיתי. חברים, כמה שיותר שיתופים, כמה שיותר, נעשה איתו ככה סתם 3 משחקים ככה בסבבה, בסטלבט.
עליכם בעולם.
חברים.
אני בניגוד לכל
חברים כולם ככה, אין עליכם.
לא בא ומספר סיפורים על אחרים.
תודה רבה לכם שאתם עושים גם לכם, וואלה אחלה חברים. אין עליכם ואין מעל.
לתת לכם.
אחלה תמיך שבעולם. בסדר, אח שלי, אתה ככה להעביר את הסוף סבבה. בסדר. חברים, אני כבר לא מתרגש, אני אומר לכם את האמת. בסוף, גם הבן אדם שאתם הכי לא מצפים, מגיע לאמת, חברים. גם הוא בסוף יגיע למצב שהוא לא יצליח לראות אותו בכלל, הבנתם?
חברים, כולם ואחד, ביום שלכם כולם ואחד, וואלה, חרקו חייתו, יעני.
קל טוב, חברים. איפה אריק, חברים? תביאו גם את אריק, אם אתם מביאים אותו זה קטלני. 17 רכבות, סיימנו את אתגר 100 רכבות, חברים. 17 רכבות, סיימנו את אתגר 100 רכבות. שלומית פרץ אומרת רכבת על רכבת, השם ישמור אותך, שלומית. השתקתי את שלומית בטעות. חברים, תוציאו לה את ההשתקה מהר.
בואו נוכיח פה אהבה. בואו נוכיח. אנחנו מנצחים. קדימה חבר'ה, כפול 2. סגור שלומי, סגור אחי, סגור. גדי, תודה רבה, גדי. תודה, גדי, כפרה עליך. תודה רבה. תודה רבה, גדי. תודה רבה. תודה, אחרי נכנס לטופ. 37,000 נקודות. כל אחד רכבת, אנחנו ניכנס לטופ. בואו נשלים את אתגר הרכבות, אני אכנס לטופ. כפרה עליכם, תכניסו אותי לטופ. משה, זה גם נכון, אבל לא, עדיין יש כאלה שהם לא מתקדמים כמוך וכמוני, שהם לא מצליחים למצוא אותי. קדימה חבר'ה, כפרה עליכם. כל אחד רכבת, אני נכנס לטוב. מעלה איתי יד. יד לא עולה איתי יד הודעה חדשה. אנחנו נחנך אותו. אנחנו נראה לו בדיוק מי אנחנו ומה אנחנו. קדימה חבר'ה, בואו נציג אתכם את זה.
רכבת לילה לקיים.
תשתיקו, מי שרושם איפה יד, לא מעניין להשתיק אותם, להשתיק חבר'ה. קדימה, 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 מה אתם רגעים?
חברים!
זה היה קנוי מקודם. וואלה שלומי, כפרה עליך, תקשיב, קודם כל עניתי לך. אם אתה אוהב אותי ואני יודע שאתה אוהב אותי, תן לי משחק.
יאללה, מי זה פה עם כפפה? חברים, לחיצות.
עכשיו אח שלי היקר, לא, אני... מדי שלומי!
נמצאים פה ועשו פה אימא'לה ואבא'לה. אלן המלכה, תודה רבה חברים, תודה רבה על כל ורד, כפרה עליכם, על כל לחיצה, על כל יום שאתם נמצאים פה זה ברכה מאלוהים חברים, ברכה מאלוהים. אני באמת מעריך אתכם, באמת. שלחו לו אריה, חברים, שלח לו אריה, כפרה עליכם. מישהו לו אריה, הכל מבוא.
תקשיב, אתה בדברים גדולים. שימו לב מה אמר לי שלומי, אומר לי שי, אם אתה מכבד אותי, אל תעשה לשון הרע.
לא מכיר, לא יודע.
אנשים הרעים. אנחנו יודעים מי אתה, אנחנו יודעים מי זאת סיוון, אנחנו יודעים מי זאת אמא שלך, זיכרונה לברכה, אנחנו יודעים מי זה הילדים שלך. אל תגיב, אל תענה, תצחיק אותנו. שלומי, תקשיב טוב אחי. אני מבטיח להשתדל, אתה יודע, זה קשה לשתוק, אחי, קשה אתה. בזמן שפוגעים בקודש קודשים, זאת אמא שלי.
כל טוב, תשלימו את האתגר חברים, תשלימו את הכפול, חברים. תשלימו את הכפול. תודה רבה יוגב, אח שלי היקר ואהוב, תודה רבה. הנה, דיברנו על האריה של המסריח הזה. לא פתחנו דאבל אצלנו, חברים. דיברנו על האריה שלו, שכחנו, עשינו לעצמנו עכשיו סוג של פדיחה. אדם חרדי ביקש ממנו לא לדבר לשון הרע, ובתמורה שלח לו אריה. בסדר גמור, חברים. בסדר. תודה רבה יוגב, כפרה עליך. אם אתם אומרים, לא יודע, אני לא יודע, לי קצת קשה לקנות את הדבר הזה. דודו, עכשיו אני שפותח הכפרה עליך. יכול להיות, זה אותו בן אדם שעשה גמח ונתן לו את המעטפה. יכול להיות.
תודה רבה שלומי על אריה גולד.
אל תדאגו, יפסיק לדבר לשון הרע בדיוק ל10 דקות. אחרי 5 דקות יתחיל עוד פעם לדבר לשון הרע. ואז הוא יבין שהאריה הזה ירד לטמיון.
חבר'ה, 3,000 נקודות, ואני נכנס לטופ זומטרים.
וחוץ מזה, בן אדם חרדי לא מסתובב בטיקטוק, כאן שלי היקר והאהוב. בן אדם חילוני קשה לו לראות מה הולך פה. אתה מדבר איתי על חרדי? מה יש לחרדי לחפש באפליקציה כזאת? מה יש לחרדי לחפש באפליקציה כזאת? בן אדם חילוני לא יכול לעכל את מה שהוא רואה. אתה מדבר איתי על בן אדם חרדי? יש ברסלבים? בסדר, עזבי, תהילה. אני לא אגיד את דעתי בנושא, בסדר? עזבי. ברסלבים שילכו להפיץ תורה בצמתים, לא שיסתובבו בטיקטוק. אין להם מה לעשות בטיקטוק. זה לא מקום לא לברסלבים, וזה לא מקום לא לחרדים. אז לי זה נשמע קצת תמוה, חברים. אותם לעצמו. אומר לכם את ה...
תודה רבה. שלומי, תקשיב, אני עדיין בהלם, אני לא מצליח להתאפס. אני גם רוצה להראות לכם את הלוק שלי. שלומי, תודה רבה. טופ 91, כן, לאה.
הלך לפרק.
יש צדק בעולם. גדי. אוהב אותך, גדי. אוהב אותך. משפחת שי מנעול 1,100 צופים אמיתיים. אמיתיים. אתי, היום יהיה גם יוניברס, אני מרגיש את זה. שלומי, אני אשמח, לא יודע, אני חייב לפגוש אותך. תקשיב, אחרי זה, עכשיו תרשום לי בוואטסאפ איפה אתה גר. אם אני לא בא לפגוש...
אחלה רבה שבעולם. אמר עליך, אני לא משחק חיים שלי, אין לי בעיה בשבילך, אחי היקר. אין לי בעיה כפרה עליך, אחי, לשחק איתך, אבל אני סתם עשיתי את זה בשביל להוציא לו את העיניים, להראות לו שאנחנו עולים מיד.
בענק.
הכל טוב. תכף, יש לי הרגשה שהחיוך שם ייפול עוד מעט, חברים. לא יודע למה, יש לי איזה מין תחושה כזאת.
The assistant DA in Manhattan. Obviously, no coordination between the Justice Department. The Supreme Court has given you one, Smith. I think eight state gave me, which I'll explain to you sometime. I'm going to get them on that one. All right.
Yeah, you're right. Everybody needs to speak out. There needs to be fair justice for
By Goya. Here's reading
Cosby, former President Trump's so-called hush money trial. It's in recess today, but it is going to continue tomorrow with Stormy Daniels back on. Court says it's going to hear the former president's request to remove Bonnie Willis from his election interference case. Also, a majority of college students say that protesters that vandalize property or illegally occupy campus buildings should be held responsible by their school. That's refreshing. The Generation Lab survey reported by Axios found that when it comes to the war in Gaza, more than 30% blame Hamas, but get this, nearly 20% of these college students blame Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. President Biden was campaigning in Wisconsin, a key battleground state. The president noted thoughts in Racine, Wisconsin, about new artificial intelligence, a data center there. And John, those are the hot Goya stories of the day.
I love those Goya beans.
Yeah, they are
and the Goya I just spoke to Dr. Mihalos, he's going to be on this weekend, and he says he's full of real olive oil.
Yeah, the extra virgin.
Goya olive oil. Do 30% of all time to be prevented.
Oh my goodness, wow.
It's a long show.
Oh, I can't wait to tune in.
Let's take a break and when we come back. Also, we got Michael Goodwin coming back.
And we have Todd Davis. He's going to be joining us to talk about these refugees from Gaza. That after the break.
A lot has changed since Goya launched its coconut water. Red one was in the 80s. Dancing lambada in the 90s. But what hasn't changed is that Goya coconut water continues to be deliciously refrigerated in style. Find it in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
In 2024, you get more.
אני יודע, בגלל זה ירדתי. אמר לי, תקשיב, יד עשה טעות חמורה, הלך עם הטיפש הזה. מצטער, באמת מבקש סליחה. היה משהו שקודם לזה, לא העליתי אותו, סתם ככה וסלחתי מהר. הוא ביקש סליחה, הוא התנצל, הוא נשמע באמת בילדים שלו. שהוא לא התכוון לאף מילה. וזהו חברים, תודה רבה לך ניקול, תודה רבה. זה כל הקטע, הבנתם? אז אמרתי, נעלה אותו ככה לכמה משחקים בגלל שהייתה הדורים. וזה הכל, אחים שלי, זה כל מה שהיה. זה כל מה שהיה. תכף אני חייג אליו. זה מה שהיה, חברים. כמה שיותר שיתופים, כמה שיותר לייקים, חברים, לאותו אבל או שהוא יעלה שיבין שיעלה, חברים. בסדר, זה לא קשור אליי, יהודה. זה שהם שם הייתה, מבחינתי פה שלמה ותם המשימה שלהם. אין לי מעבר לזה מה לעשות. הם יכולים לנסוע איתו גם לעבור. מה זה קשור? הכל בסדר, אתה יכול אמרתי את זה דווקא. אני אין לי מה לרדת, אני לא צד שם. זהו, זה כל זה תם ונשלם מבחינתי. להתעורר. היית בסדר גמור, גם עכשיו אני בסדר גמור. אחלה ברוך בן דניאל, אח של היקר מאוד. אחלה ברוך בן דניאל. אוהבים אותך. ערב טוב לך, אח של היקר. וואלה, נחכה שייכנסו עוד קצת צופים. נעשה לכם ככה קצת מצב רוח. נעשה לכם לפני הלייב קצת ככה סבבה. מיד, תודה רבה לך, תודה. נעשה לכם ככה איזה שתי חיקויים טובים, ככה לסיומת. מקווה שנצליח גם להשאיר את האתגר הכבוד, שזה בדיוק עוד אחד צגר הכבוד. ואנחנו, איך אומרים, לא רק על הגל, על הסוס. לא רק על הגל, על הסוס. חכה עוד לא לרדת, אחי. וואי, וואי. לא לרדת, אימא ואבא, חייב את אריק בן דוד. יאללה, תביאו אותו.
That's so tight. Well, joining us now to talk about what's going on with the border and the fact, in the middle of all of this, Joe Biden, and you can't make it up, I thought it was a misprint at first, but he's considering having Gazan refugee job on October 7th. And now we're
הלוואי ואני
having
אוכל,
Gaza
אחי,
refugees
לעזור לכמה
coming to
שיותר
the
אנשים.
United States. That's the plan for Joe Biden. Joining us is journalist Todd Bankman. Todd, you wrote a blockbuster column saying why Biden's Gaza refugees plan is a hard no.
שתי
Explain.
כיוונים שאתה יכול לנצל את הידע שלך.
Right, well,
אתה
there's
יכול
a good
לנצל אותו
reason why
בצורה שהיא
Gazans
רעה מאוד.
make up
אתה יכול
tiny,
לנצל אותו
tiny,
בצורה שהיא טובה
almost
מאוד.
non-existent
היו רגעים
fractions
בחיים
of
שלי
refugees
שחשבתי שאם
who have
אני
been
אנצל
allowed
את זה
inside the
לרעה,
United
אני
States
אגיע למקומות
so far,
שהם
and
טובים.
that's because
וכשניצלתי את זה לרעה, הגעתי למקומות רעים. כשניצלתי את זה לטובה, הקדוש ברוך הוא הביא אותי לפה.
of land has been non-stop, heavily indoctrinated into the ideology of jihad, murder, suicide bombing, hatred of Jews and also Christians from cradle to grave. No other place is really quite like the Gaza Strip in that regard, because Hamas has been in charge for 20 years and the Palestinian Authority before that, and they all start the indoctrination of murder and genocide and suicide bombing from kindergarten on to grave. I mean, everybody and every institution of civil society there has taught them to kill and hate.
So what could go wrong bringing them here?
Right. Gazans in the past, there's a high probability of a national security problem developing there, and plus they just hate us. There's a lot of good polling that's been done for years and years about attitudes in Gaza toward the United States, and it's overwhelming majorities in the 60, 70, and 80 percentile range of everybody hates the United States for its support of Israel. Why would you want to bring...
Well, if Egypt rejected them, if Lebanon rejected them, Jordan rejected them, why are we bringing them?
Because Joe Biden, for some reason, that is the big $64 million question. Real quick, Todd.
Well, I think it has something to do with alienating already his far-left liberal progressive base. He needs them for the election coming up to beat Donald Trump. They're already mad at him for a couple of different reasons, and most notably his support for Israel. Gazans are especially mad at him for that. And I think it's a stop to try to kind of get him back, saying, hey, you know, we'll bring some here and show how nice and trusting we are.
Yeah.
And listen, the Israelis did this before October 7. They brought thousands of Gazans to work on their farms in this kind of naive, you know, outreach and feel-good sort of move to bring them in to earn wages.
And we saw what happened. Yeah.
They killed the Israelis. So much.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. You gotta keep us
rains.
posted with all this stuff. I know how much you
Thank you for that.
We got this guy, and he is worried. He is worried. He thinks that you're worried about that we don't have enough problems in the world. Here's the sun unleashing fiery hell on the earth. What am I talking about? There's a sunspot group on the sun, which, by the way, with those solar glasses from the eclipse a month ago, I'm standing outside looking up at the sun, and you can see the group. It's so large, it's about the diameter distance of the Earth to the moon. And it's reminiscent of the great 1859 Carrington event, which caused so much trouble here on the Earth. Right now, 28 flares that blasted off the sun in 24 hours. This is amazing stuff, don't you think?
So what does it mean for us?
Something going to happen in the near future? Well, here's the story. Here we go. These solar flares are releasing. Well, it's reminiscent of the 1859 event. That was a disaster. But what we'll probably see is navigation issues. Maybe we can see greater auroral displays. But don't discount these things.
Trader Joe. Trader Joe and tomato. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. Trader Joe and tomato.
טופ 91. בחייאת רב.
you tomorrow. See you mañana. Thank you, Anthony and Sherry. To my dear love, Sherry and Anthony. We love you a long time. This is Trader Joe, famous one tomato. Yep. Trader Joe. Everybody love Trader Joe. Cheap. Cheaper than Whole Foods. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Yeah, long day. See you tomorrow.